And we're live. Live from Portraits from Yesterday is named by Bax. It's the 12th show of the Bird Feeders of America tour. Welcome to Bodybuilder to be Stongneck. I'm on the big child. Muffins here. Staffy, twice vaccinated, mole, mind over, muty, third dimension, Pierre TV, mucho mas, neighborhood watch, Polywog. Oh, what? And a whole bunch of donations. Thank you so much. We got one from Mind Over Muty. Writes, this show rocks. Thank you so much, Mind Over Muty. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Wow. And then Third Dimension with the big donations says, last show of the month, found some change in the couch cushions. I do remember to take my wallet out before I take a nap. My loss is your gain. Rewards, everyone. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Doug. Thank you. And then Staffy with the donation. Thanks so much, Staffy. Staffy writes, the weekend is here. Thank you, Staffy. Thank you so much, Muty, Doug, Staffy. Thank you, thank you. Oh, and thank you to Watch for a 41-month sub. Thank you. Wow, thank you so much for all those. I haven't even done anything yet. Thank you. Oh, we got some sounds. I'll play those in a bit. Got a reward. Oh yeah. So I still have it. I'm hoping that it'll go away during the show. Show is good medicine, but I've had a migraine and I hit a point this afternoon I couldn't work on I just couldn't concentrate on Project X. So I borrowed some Legos, a box of Legos, and I started building a model of the van. And yes, I've decided to go bigger. The van is going to be about 4 stories tall. No, it's not to the scale of this guy. But yeah, I just started. I can't believe how long it took. I made the mistake of just trying to find pieces by digging through this suitcase of Lego. It took me half an hour, more than half an hour, just to do this much, which is nothing. So I think when I continue, I need to just go through and separate out the blocks so it's a little more efficient. But anyway, yeah, I was just thinking I needed to. It's just hard for me to visualize it. I need to, be able to imagine it better. So yeah, I'm messing around with Lego. Oh, let's see. Oh, we got a pie chart. Oh, and ate a duel and mileage here, papaya. Oh, thanks. Thank you, mucho mas. Mucho mas has beat the half hour. 4 minutes. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull that off, but thank you so much. Wow, thank you, mucho mas. Thank you. Already hit the goal of the day. What? I guess I could just end the show now. Let's see. I think my first memory of being creative was definitely Lego as a little kid. I think that's the first thing I remember doing that was a creative activity. And then what else? I remember writing little stories in elementary school. I started playing music in elementary school, but how should I say? I don't want to say this in the right. I didn't approach it in a very creative way. I'll say that. When you're just reading it off the page and not really thinking about it, kind of thing. Reading it, I knew how to read music. I'd learned how to read music, and I was just playing stuff right off the page. Not that that can't be creative, but I was not creative doing it. So yeah, it was really Lego and stories. Or my early, and then I started making board games too. I made a bunch of board games. It wasn't until junior high when I sort of started to, when I discovered that how music could be creative and expressive in that same way as those other activities. It took a while. I mean, for a long time, it was no different than playing sports for me. Those are the two things I was mostly into. Well, I read a lot. Reading, playing sports, and I played music, but it wasn't creative. Let's see. Muse's mind was drawn on the wall. I remember some enraged parents that I was left alone. I wonder if they photographed. Do they have photographs of any of your early work, the early years? You kidding? Tubi's still doing the sound theme? Okay, I gotta figure this out. Okay, it must be periodic. Periodic. Manage periodic messages. Or no, it's this. Sound theme. It must be in here somewhere. There it is. If not is empty, sound theme prep. Okay, so let's see where that is. Not is empty. Whoops. If not is empty. Got to wrap your head around that, don't you? It's empty, though. It's empty. How is it? It's empty. If not is empty, if not is empty. Oh, you did one. Okay. I was like, what? Okay, good. Okay, because it all made sense. Everything looked right. Everything looked right. Okay. So, did it get set for this first song? Slots. Yeah, I'm gonna be working a little slow today. My brain does not feel what was in your? Oh, it didn't. I don't know that it did it. Well, we'll do it. Let's do it. It needs to check sound themes before. Okay, let's do it. We're gonna need to do it. We'll do it second. Sorry about that. Whoops. There it is. Yeah, we'll do a second. Hey, Chills. Whoops. Nice to have you back, Chills. Because I was wondering if somebody just Tubi on 24/7. Does Tubi have enough points? Tubi probably does, yeah. Probably. I don't know. I don't know how. Is it you just get it by being in chat? Yeah, Tubi probably has crazy points. I'd have to log into Tubi's account. I don't know if I know the password anymore. I'm sure I do. I hope. Why does it ask me then? It really should ask me. Oh, let's do our. Time for some badly translated food. Run the reward if you want some bad food. Milestones. Big Child's 50th song and Third Dimension's 3600th drum fill. Oh, thanks so much. Mind Over Muty gifted a sub to Hear Papaya. 499th gifted sub. Thank you. And hey to Booster Boy. Okay. Classic UK hip hop. Okay. I mean, he's looking for Lego. I'm definitely going to be thinking slow today. I'll thank you. Mileage, 20 gifted subs. Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Mileage. 20 gifted subs. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mileage. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. He says shrapnel of love everywhere. Sub bomb. Thanks, Mileage. Thank you. Thank you, Mileage. Okay, I'll read these rewards. Third dimension repeat with the Borealis chef's new recipe book, Nutrition Methods. See weekly recipe for cod fowl de boeuf and crude on page 18. Mind over Muty. God, I was told about my cousin's secret table just a month before Orzon was released. A feeling that can be said. I'm fine. Breaking the ice. Beautiful Chills God, do you know what it smells like? The bomb exploded. Many of them. With cheese and daffodils it is eaten and added to mushrooms. Those who love mushrooms. And so on. Come on, are you with me? I put my head in front of the ring. Stavy God, do you want healthy food? I recommend this recipe with a little dry vinegar and salt paste. Take 4 tons of vegetables and peel and grind in 47 places. Oh yeah, watch. The reason for that is that I haven't approved the name yet. So until I approve it, Tubi doesn't know. Sorry about that's annoying. Sorry about that. Take 4 tons of vegetables and peel and grind in 47 places. Below this is the Valley of the Nine. Finally, peel everything. Either Liber is for you. Mucho Mas got a recipe for fish tacos. Take a few drops and wash until you are 6 years old. Then mix 5 tablespoons of thyme. Eventually, it merges with other content. The Fuzuli cheese reminds people of the miracle that grows in birds of prey. Watch God, according to Stoofy Games, if you want to ride a bike like Adriano Novus, you would eat 36,000 sugars 4 times a mile. They did this with the Look of 1996. There are many ways to prepare chill candy. You can cut cubes or squares. Dual God Benedict Cumberbatch's egg production variety is now also in the gallery. It is very tasty with a touch of sour cream. Chef Randy Max Trepson describes the creation. I will become the color of music. Halalia. Release date is March 21st. Okay. Beats. Here is Cement. There's Cement, and then Saturday. There it is. Got our beats. First up, we got Rumblin'. I've had the sniffles the last 2 days. And then Mind Over Muty, Aggressive Fellas. Where my ears, Chrome Blaze? I had them surgically removed. I thought, I'm going to have the audio implanted inside of my skull. Who needs ears when I can have a direct jack right into my brain? No, I'm wearing headphones. It sort of blends into my hair. But let's see. But welcome, Chrome Blaze. We got Aggressive Fretlist. No, we don't. I really need to get new headphones. But I'm gonna make these work as long as I possibly can. If anyone, these headphones, you know how there's the cloth that goes around headphones, and eventually that cloth sort of rips and tears off, and but they sell one thing that extended the life is you can buy these little muffs, ear muffs things that go over the headphone. It's not super comfortable, but it's better than before. Okay, that's that, and then we've got we got 3 basses: fingerstyle electric. Can we make you Lego ears? Oh, and hey, the Botsky's here. Paul says I replaced the pads recently. It saved me life. Didn't realize how uncomfortable they've been. Yeah, the issues I'm having is, I mean, these aren't super comfortable, but they're okay now. But the bigger thing is that they're just loose now. And so I constantly find them sort of slipping off. And I don't know how to fix. I mean, I could have, I don't know, rubber band or some massive rubber band around my head. I don't know. Shadow meets sun from Twice Vaccinated Mole. Energy, I'm only big child. Music can't use the other big headphones. Which, the ones that Otto used to wear, those are not headphones, unfortunately. Those are for doing a machine work or something. There's no speakers inside of them. Here's energy. Big jobs to stitch rubber band between sliding joints. Yeah, that's an idea. Maybe I could I wonder if I could glue. Could glue that. The greenish bluish. I've gone through multiple sets of headphones over the course of this show. I might have one other one that I can resuscitate. And then Verily I Jump, it's a debut. Charles, if you cool with me your head, it's almost like a phone jack connected directly. Yeah. When I started the show, the first couple of years I used in-ear monitors that I just had from back in the day when I was, doing live shows. And those eventually, I went through 2 pairs. Well, one pair I went through was mine, and then I found an identical pair on eBay that was real cheap. But the problem is they haven't been made in 20 years or something, so they would fit into them. I had special custom in-ears, molds made by an audiologist or something. So the molds only work with this specific model of the in-ears, and they're so old now. They were produced, 20 something years ago, that the one I got on eBay looked great, but it died so quick in the same way that mine did. I think just, inside, it just doesn't last that long. and then getting new in-ears is getting quality in-ears with custom molds was going to be, you know, I don't remember, it was at least $300 to $500, $600, which I just couldn't do. Oh yeah, we'll do pie chart after this poll, assuming we have time before the hour. But first, let me play these sounds. Doug gave a sound to Mucho Mas, LWE. Mucho Mas has named it the Lemur's Whispers Echo. And then Chills from Doug got PKI. Muty gave to Watch MXC. Watch is named it remixomatosis or something. Remixomatosis. What does that mean? And then Doug unlocked JAF. Doug's name is Jazzy AF. Oh, and Staffy is a new sound, DXC. This is my favorite synth, software synth of all. It's called Alchemy, and I just love how so this sound, it's so, I mean, there must be multiple kinds of samples in it, right? It's not just one sound. That's Staffy's new sound. And MIDI is a sound. GJH. I'll just add some Bill Laswell bass in there your entire career. I have this memory now of hearing Bill Laswell did some remastered or did something, remix some Miles Davis or some, what was it? This probably was 25 years ago or something, 20 years. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Do you know that record, Paul? I can't remember the details. Anyway, that's MIDI sound. GJH. Staffy's name is Sound Dimensional Xeno Entities. Oh, we can do Policy Bill Laswell is 1,000 projects a year. Prolific. Was there a featured sound? Yes, there was. Doug, let's see. I don't know how this sounds. This is an old school sound. It's a two-digit code. There's not many of those. Somehow I missed it. It's a cool synth motion sound. Sorry. The length of the notes if you press harder on the keys. Oh, Staffy, yeah, I'll do yours. It's still probably harassing Chad, right? I'm gonna do it on the next one, the next song. We're gonna have to say, Muty named it Gods Judged Humans. I keep getting new. You all trying to get me to miss the hour? Keep getting new things I gotta do. Here's FOI. This is Doug gave to Paul. Hey, Pete. Send this Poe. Verily I jump. I got no choice but to skip pie, Muty. I gotta beat the hour. Here we go. Is that? Oh, I'm glad I checked that. Here we go. Time to accelerate. draws her life in her own way. She chooses colors I've never ever seen, and she never seems to be afraid. She always goes her own way. differently. I like what you see so much better. You made me so differently. I like what you see so much better. Thanks for those calps. Thank you. Oops. Did I already restart that? I did. Let's see. What should we name that? Titles. Mileage, masterpieces in the margins. Polywog with, oh, that's your same name, right? Polywog. When we unravel. Neighborhood watch, she. And one more. One more. Staffy with it builds empires. Oh, thank you, Staffy. Thank you. Staffy says, you paint such an awesome picture with the words lately. Thank you. Well, I couldn't have done it with all y'all's help, because that definitely was inspired by titles. Let me shout out these in just a second. I'll shout out the titles that inspired that. Mark status as 4. Okay. Oh, there we go. Do you want a great melody? Okay, there we go. Now I can shout out these. Yeah, so titles. Well, so it's definitely Muty's title I saw that inspired the whole thing. She draws life in her own way. And then I saw a series of titles that I didn't necessarily use words from, but that's how it was from there that I sort of got the next part. And Third Dimension, Always in a Brush, Different Strokes from Muty, Our Canvas Was Innocence, and Staffy's An Artist Romance. Those titles sort of helped me come up with the next part. A polywog named a sound feels like ions. And REB Things is here. I wrote, thanks again for the raid last night. I don't normally do music streams. I don't know if you're still here, Ari, but you were fantastic. Thanks. Was here. They left. Let's see. Oh, An Artist Romance is an older song? Staffy? Let me shout out some more titles. Duo is Shrapnel of Love. Shrapnels of Love. Then how's my migraine? It doesn't feel good. But, you know, I'd much rather be doing a show than feeling sorry for myself, lying down or something, well, I mean, I guess I was making the most of it. I was trying to build Lego. But there have been many times when, oh yeah, no, those don't work. Botsky, but thank you. Yeah, the only medicine that works is medicine for migraines, and I try not to take those very often. It's not good to take them too often because they're pretty serious drugs. I thought I was going to get out of this one today. You know, I thought I was going to be okay, but then it... Anyway, some other titles. Botsky, Time Untraveling Traveler. I like that. I like that idea. Time Untraveling. Traveler. Mises, have you ever tried a really, really herbal tea? I haven't, no. Mises would not be possible to even stand there with my migraines. Well, my migraines, they sort of, they don't hit me at 100, you know? They sort of start, you know, I can usually tell, and they're not, that they're gonna happen, right? And if I do lots of good things right away, usually I can get rid of them. But I'd say right now I'm at like on the scale of migraine from 0 to 10, 1 being you can tell it started. I'd say I'm like at a 5 or a 6. When it gets to a 9 or a 10, I rarely gets that high, but I feel so nauseous. But adrenaline is a great thing. That's why I like doing shows when I feel sick, because adrenaline makes a big difference. Pete, you can barely see things. Yeah, I've never gotten something like. I've never had that. That sounds awful. My thing, it just tends to, I get nauseous, and then the right side, it's always on this side of my head. Always right there. It's right there. On my side temple. And then it gets worse and worse, But it's gonna get better. Get better. Okay, what was? Oh, some other titles. Mind Over Muty, Picture Me, Picturing You. Third Dimension, Caribou's Wah. Mileage, Palatable Perceptions. Here Papaya, He Finds Trail That Nobody Else Takes. Pieces Driving Home for ETC Moss. I've eaten less sugar lately. It's sleep. It's almost certainly sleep related. Yeah. I'm almost certain it's sleep. Not enough sleep. My diet has been really good for the most part. I mean, I did eat a bunch of sugar today, but that was after the migraine had already started. I mean, I didn't just eat straight sugar. There just happened to be there was some popcorn with caramel. I could not eat some of that, No, I'm gonna see a doctor soon. It's so difficult getting to doctor's appointments. But I'm gonna just check, because I've been keeping a log of the number of times I'm getting migraines. But I'm telling you it's happening today, but it's not as bad as it was at some times in the past, so I'm grateful that it hasn't been happening that frequently. Let's see. Muse is a good doctor who give you the dank. Muse is no Sleep Till Project X. It's hard for me to figure out the right amount of sleep, that I need. I still can't quite figure it out. But I know I got too little the last 2 days. I've been singing lyrics more on some of the faster BPMs, and the way I've been doing it that's made it easier is I'm essentially singing in halftime, right? It makes it a lot easier. And it's a cool vibe, I think, to have that contrast with slow vocals and fast beats. I mean, I would like to be able to sing eighth notes, improvise eighth notes and sixteenths at 130. I mean, improvising sixteenths at 130 would be incredible. I mean, that would be I don't know that anyone in the world could do sophisticated improv 16 notes at 130 BPM. There's got to be somebody, but that'd be just a marvel to watch. 16 notes at 130. Someday, just got to keep working at it. Oh, we still need a bunch of sounds, I think, for Staffy's sound theme. Yeah, we're missing. We need an acoustic bass. Has anyone requested that? We need mallets. We need acoustic strings. We need vocals choir. Again, we need bass acoustic, percussion mallets, strings acoustic, vocals choir, those categories. I don't have the voice to sing the melody I wanted to sing, you know? Right now, I just don't have it. But I had to sing the melody I wanted to sing, you know? I just had to back off so much on that high note. You. You. Okay, we got him. We're good. Mine Room says it's lovely. It makes the subject of songs seem out of reach because you don't hit that note. It's a nice way of spinning it. I think it sounded fine. It sounded fine. It worked. I agree, it worked. But I'm just revealing, you know, behind the curtain. The reality behind the curtain. But it had to be that note. It was an F, right? Yeah, it was an F. And then I sang that same melody over a different section, a different way. That's always a fun thing to do, you know? So I think the melody was slightly different. It was definitely different in relation to the chords. I don't remember what the melody was, but that's a nice tool to use. Basically, you know, change the context. Keep something familiar, but change the context. Send this Poe. As mileage, masterpieces in the margins. Masterpieces in the margins. Thanks, mileage. Masterpieces in the margins. I was messing around with lenses today. Or is this just testing? what size lens I need to use to work in this very small vehicle. Unfortunately, these lenses that I love, I won't be able to use as my main lens. They're too zoomed in. I'm gonna need a wider lens. But I'll use these for other things. So I'm shooting on micro four thirds cameras, which they have a crop ratio that's I forget what it is. Is it 1.75, something like that? It's something like that. So a 35 millimeter lens is equivalent to a 70 on a micro four thirds. So these lenses are, I think, 28 or 25 millimeter, and I'm gonna need to use about a 20 millimeter or a 14 maybe even, if I'm gonna get the wide shot. So it would be, the framing would be similar. If I was gonna get a shot that would fit the keyboard, which I'm gonna have a smaller keyboard, but pieces, it's 2 times. Okay, yeah. So a 25 becomes a 50, and a 14 becomes a 28. That assumes I stick with micro four thirds, which I probably will. I want to get a 4K a camera that shoots 4K. And I'm inclined to get a Panasonic again, because at the GH5, since I already have lots of lenses and peripherals, and I'm betting it'll be easier to camera match if I'm doing 2 camera shoots and I'm using my GH2s as B cams. But the reason for 4K is not because I want to do 4K videos, but you save so much time filmmaking if you shoot some of your stuff in 4K, because it's so big. You can crop in and have the illusion of different angles. Music, we see Lego again. Sure. Oh yeah, let me go full screen. So the idea I'm thinking about is crazy. I've never seen anyone do it, so it's probably a stupid idea. So anyone didn't hear, I started mocking up how I want to do the vehicle. And Doug's is a quarter of a van, yeah. So here is the front of the van. So the seats are right here, right in this part. So the windshield's right here. What I want, basically my back, so I'm not actually leaning against the seats, but the seats are directly behind me. So the camera shot, you see behind me, you see the 2 seats and you see the windshield. That's really important. One, so we could see out the windshield, but then my what I want to be able to do is have the windshield be a green screen, so I can put whatever I want in the windshield. So it could be footage that I recorded during my drive, or it could be in the ocean, whatever. Doug says get swivel seats. Yeah, I've looked into it. They might be difficult on this particular vehicle, but I'm definitely going to look into swivel seats if I can. Yeah. That would give me a lot of flexibility to be able to do swivel seats. It'd be so cool. But the vehicles I'm looking at are they're just not big, But the whole key to my concept is that I will be sitting on the ground, no chair, so that there's a lot of headroom. To me, headroom is more important than anything else. and but I want a smaller vehicle, I think. And so I've been training I'm already most of you've heard me say this already, but for anyone who hasn't, I started sleeping. I sleep just on the carpet now, and I've gotten used to that already after just a couple weeks. So I don't need some fancy bed. I'm not like, the princess and the what's that? The princess and the pea. I don't need no fancy bed. So, I mean, there is some issues potentially with, I have to be careful about, mold and stuff. So I got to make sure there's a way that I'm not going to risk, because I'm sleeping on the floor, there's some sort of ventilation issue. So I got to figure that out. And then I've also started working on the floor. I'm only up to, I'm only doing about an hour or two a day from the floor. But I think I can get to the point where I'll actually be better to be on a floor than be on a chair, because sitting on chairs is not good for you. And if you're on the floor, if you there's different positions. Some I'm not flexible enough. I'm pretty comfortable working cross-legged, but I want to be able to sit upright with my legs straight, and I am like 7 months away from that ability. Anyway, so that's the key. So I have a lot of height. So basically, the idea is this is going to be sort of cupboards, light stuff up top, not heavy stuff. All the heavy stuff will be down here. This will be like a flat surface, which is sort of a table, which will be everything goes on it. And I don't have the right size, but when it's not in use, it'll essentially slide into a nook in here. And then when it is used, it'll come out here. To be my platform, and I've measured it, and I can have more things up here because of the headspace. I'll have more storage up here. There'll be a space right here, an open space, from the back of the van up to the of airspace, just for a couple reasons. One, so I can potentially put a vent at the back of the van and have airflow through the whole thing. And also, I'm going to have in that space, I'm going to have the big monitor. And then the plan, I think, is to have the monitor, it's going to be on an arm and a slide. So the monitor will actually be positioned this way, and then it will slide out and then flip around and come down. But then it can also go the other way, so that if I want to do shows outside, I open up the doors of the van. And this comes out here. The monitor now is there. And so now the camera's here, it's shooting this way. So if I have the beach behind me or the forest behind me, staff says you can't enter from the back. Yeah, the back. So that's what makes it different than almost any van build I've ever seen, is I'm going to have the back completely blocked off. Yeah. So there'll be no shots of me with my toes. You see that classic Instagram shot of people in their van and their doors are wide open and their feet. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Because my priority is two things. One, I want to be able to do shows from the back of the van, and then I just need maximum space on this side so I can do that shot of the windshield, because I think that could look really cool. I think I could be wrong. I mean, I'm still in the planning stages. I think I'm going to be able to make it feel very spacious visually. I mean, not very spacious, but a lot more spacious than it would look if you were standing and looking inside, right? But from the point of view of the camera, I think you'll feel less claustrophobic than some of the, a lot of van builds, even though it's a very small vehicle. But there's gonna be a lot of planning. I mean, I'm gonna literally make a mock-up with the height and everything, just like a fort, at some point, like a month, and start working there exclusively, just to make sure that I'm not gonna go insane. Because I may decide, there's no way I can do a small vehicle. I have to get you know, an ambulance or a box truck or a big van. But I really want to avoid those if I can. Oh, and yes, Staffy, I didn't really answer your question. The van that I'm looking at has two side doors. So that's also something that's really attractive is because I can open both those doors, right? And I'll be working right there, right? So if you walked past, you would see me right there. But by being able to open both doors, I feel like that will help so much if it ever gets hot. You know, I could have some sort of little shade so there's not too much, it's not too crazy bright while I'm trying to see a computer. And then if I have a fan and that crosswind, I'm sure, I think I already do pretty well in the heat. So I think it could be like 95 degrees and I'd be okay. Oh, Pete, you do 3D? That could be cool. Yeah, I started trying to learn SketchUp, but I haven't gotten very far. Very much of a beginner, but yeah. Steves, it seems like you enjoy the process. Yeah, it's nice to be able to think about it since I can't do it yet. It's nice to be able to start, because I'll tell you, I mean, there were some things I realized just as I was doing that little thing, some things I thought I could do. And as soon as I started making out of Lego, I realized, yeah, that idea is not going to work. I can't do that. I got to scrap that. It's just too small or too complicated. It's not going to work. Let's see. Oh, we got to do a pose and pies. Does where will the t-shirts be stored? I might just have to wear one shirt every single day. might have no space. Except for I'm just gonna have to wear. Yeah, I'm gonna smell horrible. I'm gonna have one outfit that I wear 24/7 that I sleep in. I think I'm gonna have enough. I think I'll be. I mean, I know I could fit everything I need for life and the show in the smaller vehicle. I'm almost 99% certain I can fit all that stuff. The problem is, right, I'm going to be doing all this stuff for YouTube. And I'm going to be doing filmmaking stuff. So that's the stuff that I'm less sure about, right? But I'm probably going to get a trailer hitch. Not an actual trailer, but those things you put, a little platform on the back of the vehicle and have a big metal box there and an extra tire. And you have the metal box, it'll be, trash and laundry, dirty laundry and water, stuff like that, propane, whatever, stuff that I don't need and would rather not have in the van itself. Well, it says you can fit a week's worth of t-shirts, trousers, underwear, and pretty small space. Yeah. I mean, I pretty much, I don't have a dresser in here. I live... all of my clothing is in this box. So, I mean, that's more than I'm going to bring. That's too much. But I already don't have very much, is my point. But it's like, Tubi is a wardrobe too, right? Like, I got to have a wardrobe for Tubi if I'm going to be doing more stuff with Tubi, and it's going to add up. But it is a fun creative challenge because it's having to constantly think, how can I have things be dual purpose? How can I consolidate as much as possible? it's like, okay, I want to get a microwave. Well, the microwave is going to be storage too, right? The microwave is going to have all my cookware in it if I'm going to get a microwave. So I'm going to fill that microwave space to the brim with stuff. Mo writes, imagines kid recreating that old jeans ever by sitting in the laundrette in his last pair of shorts, watching all his shirts go round and round to the washer. Okay, our drum kit. Oh, let's do poles and pies first. Oh. Can we get a washboard? Oh yeah. Tubi, where'd you go?
Get off the book bed, you sleepyheads. It's time for the magnificent pose and pies. Here's the question. Which of the following celebrities do you get mistaken for most often? And your options. 1. Emma Watson. 2. Jeff Foxworthy. 3. Zoe Napoleon. 4. Alex Trebek. 5. Jennifer Lawrence. 6. Raccoon Tinnyfoot.
Which of the following celebrities you get mistaken for most often? Emma Watson, Jeff Foxworthy, Zoe Napoleon, Alex Trebek, Jennifer Lawrence, Raccoon Tinnyfoot. Definitely Emmy Wootson. Definitely. Emma Wootson. Let's end this bow. And it's Emma Wootson. Okay, one more.
Alright, stop, collaborate and listen. Tubes is back with a brand new edition of Pose and Pies by Tubi. Trademark pending, so don't get any smart ideas. Here's the question. Which 3 things best describe you? And your options. 1. Gump, boat, and 9,001 foot tall. 2. Maroon, TV remote, and gothic art. 3. Jenkins finding, tall, bespectacled, and mellophone. 4. Friend of J.K. Rowling, barrel of pickles, and soft like cotton candy. 5. House, electronica, and problem solving.
Which 3 things best describe you? Gump, boat, and 9,001 feet tall. Maroon, TV remote, and gothic art. Jenkins finding, tall, bespectacled, and mellophone. Friend of J.K. Rowling, barrel pickles, and soft like cotton candy. Or house, electronic, and problem solving. I guess, well, 3 is certainly the most close to reality. I don't know about the Jenkins finding, and I'm only tall in the United States. I'm not tall in Europe, not in Northern Europe, but here I guess I sort of am. Let's see. I guess I'm gonna say 3. Wait, how tall are you again, Muty? Are you 6'8"? Is that, am I remembering that right? Remember we also, wasted height super tall too. Remember wasted height? They're around every once in a while. You're 6'8"? Yeah. Were you 6'8" when you were skating? Are there a lot of tall skaters? It seems dangerous. It seems like it'd be easier to be a little smaller. There's less distance to fall. Okay, let's end this boat. House electronic and problem solving. Okay, thank you, Tubi.
No problem. Thanks.
I really got to find a way to make Tubi very small, compressible or something. Well, you know what I need to do is I got to think practically. So Tubi's chest doesn't need to have anything in it, right? Right now it does. Tubi has pretty cool innards, but I don't need the innards. So I could take the innards out. Just all Tubi needs is shoulder blades, right? And then that whole chest cavity could be, I could store stuff in there, you know? Tubi, what do you think about me storing my unmentionables in your...
I'm not a blanket, you know.
Duel says Tubi doesn't have a heart, yeah. Beauty says, oh yeah, me says, I was tall and known to fall. Gravity ain't your friend if you're big and catch a lot of wind. Oh man. Okay, beats. Dry standard kit. I feel like if I take Tubi's innards out, I might have to do a photo shoot so y'all can see Tubi totally swole with Tubi's shirt off. You know, so you can see, because I spent I didn't spend that much time, but you know, I put some thought into innards, even though Tubi has a shirt all the time on. But I got to get Tubi arms first. We'll have like a swimsuit calendar. Tubi should start an OnlyFans. Oh, that's going to save the show. Tubi on OnlyFans. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Duel says we didn't do it. Beauty says boudoir Tubi. Can Tubi have risque shots in the server room? Maybe it should be Kickstarters. You can get exclusive Tubi photos that are not safe for work, you know? Let's see. This is risque shots in a server room. Sorry for these sniffles. Stavis does not serve work well, like exposed wine or something. Tubi has this hexagonal mainframe sort of thing, and then all these cables that are wire around. And then y'all can see Tubi's neck. Tubi's neck is sort of circuit boards and stuff. That part's visible. because of the first beat, so close, and then dual. There it is, got our beats. Oh, you know what came today? I haven't even opened it. Unboxing. Remember when I was talking about this? This, I mean, I can't get my hopes up. It might not work, but this is what I was talking about, the reflective material, so you can have a green screen. What you do is you shine green LED. You have a ring light right around the lens of your camera, so that light goes right there. And because of this is reflective, the idea is the green light reflects straight back to the camera. So even though it looks gray, theoretically will look green. But the person standing in front of this, because we're not reflective, and because we'll have another light source, you won't have any green LED on it. So this is the key to a lot of things. So I'm just really hoping it works. I need to now get the green. I didn't know how long this was going to take, so I didn't order the ring light yet. But finger double bass, then Staffy gospel voice effects. And then third dimension basses trill. Minor over medial arts oriental melody. Staffy meep meep debug. See if this green screen thing works in the windshield, right? I could do really cool things, like I could introduce a segment of the show, right? And it starts in the windshield behind me at first. And then the camera zooms in full frame, and then suddenly we're in that new section of the new segment. I don't know if you all can imagine that, but there's so many possibilities with green screen in the windshield. Lastly, wait, did I do meep? I did meep, right? Okay, lastly we've got peace and friendship. You see if we get green screen windows, we underwater. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All that stuff. So many. You know, we could be on Mars. We could be. Yeah. I might even be open to doing the light show. I mean, I don't like green screen during music. I think it looks sort of tacky, but that's because it just feels so flat. I think it might actually sort of work in a windshield. I think I might think it's okay. But I'm also still I may be able to do the light shows with the projector. That's one of the reasons. Remember, I said I was going to have that channel at the top of the van. That way, I'll also be able to have a projector in there that I can set back a ways, because you need a certain amount of distance for the projection to be big enough. And in my current projector, it has, even it's sort of in its own channel, because it takes a while for the image to get big. So it's not like you block part of the image, even though it's in this space. Okay, yeah, I'll pick which sound. I'm just starting the second song. Oh man. Stabby, so we can put the van back in the studio. Yeah. Yeah, that would be fun. I need to do that, Stabby. I totally need to film a shot like this, And it's and then it's like the van is parked inside of this room, but I still insist on doing it inside of the view. So yeah, we have all that in the background. That's a great idea. Yeah, I'll definitely have to do that. Yeah, because you can also all these little all these titles and stuff, the on-screen things like this poll. Well, I don't know, the framing. Some of the stuff is gonna be impossible to really plan for it until I can get inside of the vehicle and just with the camera and just. But I think, if I'm center frame, the windshield probably will be almost the whole upper half. You'll have sort of the seats. I'm going to take the tops off the seats so that they don't, you know how you can take the headrest? I'll just during film, not when I'm driving, but I'll take those out so you can see more of the windshield. This Q make 2B random peek every now and then through the window. Yeah. I was thinking about having subtly Penguin doing weird things outside the window, but gigantic, right? It's not like a life size, but a giant sort of peering in, eyes filling up the entire windshield. But that's why I need to test this out, because I don't want to get too excited about it if it's not going to work. Normally in cars, the green screen is outside of the vehicle, and that's just not going to be practical. I mean, it's just not, I'd only be able to do it every once in a while. It just wouldn't be very, because you literally have it set up sort of vertically outside. You wouldn't just have it draped. Although I might try that. The nice thing about having the green screen on the outside of the window is then you're going to have reflections in the glass from what's inside of the vehicle. So it's going to feel more realistic. So that I won't be able to do. Unfortunately, I can't have the reflections, but you said, I love how you discuss logistics and bring a big eye. Show's gonna be a trip, yeah. I love surrealism, right? I love sort of psychedelic, absurdist, all that stuff. I really like. It's funny, is that from an emotional music point of view, I'm not that inspired by that kind of stuff, I would say. But in terms of I don't know, visual and comedy and all that, I definitely, that's big inspiration. Hey, Father Five. Hope you're having a good Saturday. And Logicos 94, welcome. Okay, finally, we're gonna end this poll. Do some music. First song of the day. No. We already did one song. Ah, what a. There's one of our guitar player guests. So cool. Here we go. Time to its. Oh, and thanks for that sub, Father Five. 37 months. Thank you. Here we go. Time to etc. Here I am in the sunlight. Here I am with the moon. Why it always seems like I end things too soon. Here I am in the sunlight. Here I am with the moon. Why does it always seem like I end things too soon? just stay around and breathe. Here I am in the sunlight, here I am with the moon. Why does it always seem like everything ends too soon? Here I am in the sunlight, here I am with the moon. Why does it always seem like everything ends too soon? Sunlight. Thanks everyone. Thanks for those calps. Let's see, titles. Oh, thanks, Staffy. Jazzy, if I could do it over again. Hug Queen, limited time. Staffy, flipped images. Father 5, Relativistic Love. And Pete, I just saw your title, Every Sniff You Take. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry I'm sniffing so much. Oh, and I did some titles inspiration from Third Dimension, Restart the Clock. Jazzy, I took Bubbles. Staffy, Arrayed in Sunlight, that's where I got Sunlight from. This is just more Silly Wolf. Oh, yeah. Sorry I'm yawning so much. I sing the chorus too many times. I did it 3 times. 3 choruses. I feel like I've been getting a little faster in the last couple weeks with the lyrics. Not always, of course, but it's a weird thing how, you know, I think this sort of the power of, for me, the way I experience music, the power of it, and art in general. But, you know, I look at the lyrics and obviously there's always a lot of memey and punny lyrics and, I mean, titles that people submit. So I'm looking them for lyrics. I don't see chat, right? I just get a list of all the lyrics. And my brain, for the most part, disengages completely from. It basically translates everything through whatever emotion I'm feeling in the music. Meaning, because, it would be a problem if I'm doing a really sad song and I see a punny title and it totally takes me out of the emotion I'm in, right? But it doesn't. That's how powerful for me when I'm experiencing what I'm doing. And what I think I've told this story before, but it reminds me of I took a figure drawing class, many years ago, and we it's pretty typical standard to draw nude models in a figure drawing class, and this class was no exception, and I remember we had a nude model, and we were doing a 20-minute. The teacher gives you different lengths of time, so you have to sort of base what you do on the time you have, right? So this is a long one. It must have been, 20, 30, 40-minute long, that we were just no interruptions, no talking. The teacher wasn't saying anything. And I remember drawing, and then the teacher said, "Okay, time to stop." And it was like being woken from a dream, or being, and I suddenly saw a naked person in the middle of the room. And it was I reacted in the same way as if you were out in public and you suddenly saw somebody naked, right? You'd be really surprised, unless you're on a nude beach or something, right? But if you're just out in a public place and there's someone naked standing there, but that's how much I got invested and connected in. I no longer saw a nude body, right? I just saw the art of what was, I saw the lines and the shapes, and that part of my brain that, which is the one that worries about society. Is it the superego? I forget. The superego, I think. I don't remember. Gets disconnected. I'm not thinking about. Totally stop thinking about the fact that this person was naked, right? And I think that's when art really, I think, does its most for us. That when we suspend our disbelief, when we see a movie and we really are in it, and when that character goes through hardship, we feel it, even though rationally we know it's made up. Right? Isn't that incredible that we can watch a fictional movie? We can know that it's fictional. We can know that that's a famous actor we've seen in other movies. And yet, we believe it. And I think, and that is so valuable, I think, for our brain to be able to live through these things without actually having to do the actual suffering, You says gesture drawing. You mentioned such a wispy thing. You were encouraged not to draw, but actually feel the drawing and be the pose. They use a lot of big swooping lines. A+ in your drawing skills. I remember my teacher talked about Matisse drawings. I'm pretty sure I told this exact story the last time I told about the nude model story, but it made an impression on me. She was talking about the Matisse drawings. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but Matisse did a whole series of drawings that are there's just a few lines, not very many lines at all, right? And they're just amazing. They're effortless. And the teacher said, you're only seeing a few of the ones that Matisse made. Like, how many did Matisse make and just throw away? Sometimes getting something that's really simple is far more difficult than something that is really carefully thought out and designed, right? Because you can spend a year building up this one song or one painting and just right. But if you're doing something with just 3 or 4 lines, the whole thing that makes that come alive is the spontaneity of it, just the authenticity in the moment. And I think a lot of songwriting is like that too, right? I mean, you can have songs that you spend a ton of time on, and they're really powerful for that. And then there'll be songs that we all love that the person wrote in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, it just sort of flowed right out of them. But not they can't necessarily reproduce that, right? Just because you can, you might have to, write 1,000 songs to get that one that's like that Matisse drawing that's just effortless. If you're doing that real simple kind of thing. Bodybuilder Tubey Stonek with the title Thamper Tube Where Ferns Grow. Mind over Muty. The shapes we make as we form ideas. Third dimension. Tooth or dare. Hero Papaya. The Talos Principle. Oh, and Polywog is back to Paul. We have a 4 on the 4, right? We used to see said in an interview after writing that song for Rihanna in 25 minutes. I paraphrased what she said. It took me 20 years to learn how to write a song in 30 minutes. But then there are people that, their second song is that. I mean, that's why I like to distinguish, and not everyone agrees with me, but I like to separate out what it is that creation involves into, well, in terms of music, there's, I like to separate expression from technical skill and theory. And the reason for that is that technical skill, undoubtedly, you can measure, it's quantifiable. Technical skill can be, quote, improved, right? I mean, if one day you can only play a scale at 80 and the next day you can play it at 140, you have technically improved. I'm not going to argue that. Now, I would argue that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to make better music. But in terms of just narrow definition, you've improved. Same thing with music theory. You can learn new things, and it's very clear you know more than you did yesterday. But again, I don't think that means you're going to make better music. It's just going to change the music that you make. Expression, though. Expression, I don't think, is something that we can say people get better at. To me, expression is something that you either have let yourself do or you don't let yourself do. As soon as you truly let yourself do it, expression is just a manifestation of who you are and what you have to say at that moment. I do not think expression is something we get better at. We either can express or we can't. If expression was something measurable and that we get better at, then it would make sense, right? That every single musician, their last album will always be their best album, the album that everybody loves the most, right? But that is almost never the case. Almost never. Now, their last album is they're probably at their most technical proficiency, they're probably at their most theoretical proficiency. I guess so for me as a creator, my central goal is not to get better. My goal is to keep expressing, which means because I'm changing as a human, every day every second I have more life. I'm different. I'm not better. I'm different. So my expression is going to be a manifestation of that. So maybe in 5 years I'll be able to improvise from scratch, full verses and choruses, and so from a technical point of view, we can say, yeah, I'm a lot more advanced than I was. But the lyrics that I've sung so far, even back in the day when I would just every once in a while I'd do one line, because I was trying to express those authentically with whatever I had at my disposal. To me, from an expressive point of view, they're the same. They're different but the same. They're not just because I could at some point I become more advanced at the technical and the theoretical aspect. Doesn't mean that the expression is somehow more, He says, that's funny because you do it backwards. Your last album was always your best one. Now your first. Yeah, I know. I'm talking a ton. In my defense, it's because I'm just trying to stand up today. Let's see. Do we have everything? But the reason I'm saying that is not some just verbal exercise, but more for just, when I talk about this, it's really for those of you who feel like you're not ready to create something, or, you got to learn all this stuff. And my deep belief is that we are born with expressiveness. That is what makes us human. And, you may not want to share what you've made yet. I understand that but that should be because you feel like the technical and the theoretical stuff need a little more work. I understand that feeling, but you have something to say. Everybody here has something to say, and you can find a way to say it right now with whatever things you have at your disposal, even if it's just your computer keyboard and you're typing something that you're thinking about. Oh, thank you, Cobra Reason. Thank you so much. A big donation from Cobra Reason. Thank you so much. Towards computers. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. How are you doing, Cobra Reason? Thank you so much. Thank you, Global Reason. Let's end this poll. Global Reason says Tubi needs a new home. Yeah. I'm so hoping that, and Father Five's named it Relativistic Love. Thanks, Father Five. Thank you. I'm really hoping that I just need the computers to last, I think, till the end of the year or late fall, because I'm waiting for Apple to come out with their new MacBook Pros, but I don't want to buy it right away. I mean, I can't really buy it right away anyway, but I want to at least have a couple months for all the problems to be figured out before I. But I might have no choice if one of these computers has a. I mean, they all have little issues, but if I can, I want to push it as long as I can. I'm only Big Child's 75th request. 75th. I guarantee we'll do 4 songs. No matter what. We've been pretty mellow first 2 tracks. Now it's time to pound my head into oblivion. 167, 4 on the floor. Although I think we'll do 8s. So close. Wait, this is from. Oh, we only got 1 drum loop. That's what the issue. That's why Tubi was screaming at me. Oh, well, okay, just 1 drum loop. Staffy. Wait, why is it not? Serenade Dominate from Staffy. Oh, it's supposed to be 4 on the floor, right? Got our beats. Mr. Q. Bass is pizzicato. I think one of the reasons it's really important to me, and what motivated me to start doing the lyrics was that I think that, especially for newcomers to the channel, but I think even probably for many veterans of the channel, it's a little opaque sometimes, the ways in which your requests might have impacted the music. It might always be that obvious. But, if I sing something someone wrote in chat and then the whole lyrics grow out of that thing, I think that really shows your impact in a way that everyone will understand right away. And that's really important to me because, the whole underpinning concept of this show is finding ways to, finding ways for y'all to use your creativity to make what this is. And as my hope is always that in maybe just in small ways, or big ways, that this inspires folks to go off and do their own thing, totally independent of this show. That's Juice Vessel Gulp, then Mucho Mas with You Really don't know what you're going to get. Because I also love when you scout, we have to create words to your rhythm. Yeah, I definitely don't scat as much as I used to. Generally save it for the more jazzy, groovy tracks. Speaking of jazzy, this is Jazzy's request, Water Can Hoedown. Guino D with, what's it, Cool Blue Doggy Dog. Y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Thanks again, Cool Boy Reason. He says, you and Dom gave me music fever. That's why I spend 8 hours a day grinding lyrics, harmony, and grooves. I'll do you proud creatively. I love hearing that. Thanks for saying that. That is Cool Blue Doggy Dog. Hey, Tony Pandora, 1412. Thanks for the raid. How is your stream? Let's do a reverse raid of Tony. Let's all go follow Tony. And if anyone came over on the raid and you forgot to follow Tony, why don't you go back now? Let me give a follow. Looks like you're doing some audio stuff today. Recording a cover song, cool. Awesome. I'm about to start a track. So for new folks, what I do is a little different than you typically see on Twitch. Welcome to Johnny Bailey too. I do improv, meaning I have no idea what I'm about to do. Absolutely no idea. But it's a collaboration between me and Chat. Chat picked all the sounds that I'm using. Chat shows the BPM, how fast it's gonna be. It turns people's names into drum beats. You're gonna hear all the drum beats are from people's names, and chat shows sort of the opening key to start in. And because this song does not exist yet, chat's gonna help me name it. So as I start improvising, chat's gonna be running the title command. So y'all can join in and submit your ideas for the song title, and then after the song, we'll have a vote. Oh, and I'm going to start the track, Tony, but feel free to share when your next show is so people can check out your next stream. Here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those calps. Let's see our titles. Tony with From the Caves. Cool Reason, Hypnotical Beats. Tony Biscubatsky, Dancing Upside Down in Reverse. I'm Only Big Child, Stomping on Sandcastles. Some other titles. Oh wait, I already did that. Oh. Okay, now I'll shout out some other titles. Jazzy laying the smackdown. Hug Queen Jackpot. Staffy Metric Fun. Mind Over Muty. Feel free to share. The Third Doug Mention. Singing in the Rain. Your Papaya Ducks with Strong Arms. Cooper Reason, Papyrus. Only Big Child, Late Night Tantrum. Whoops. Oh, it's okay. Send this Poe. Break the Tie. And Nyx chose Cooper Reason. Hypnotical Beats. Thanks, Cooper Reason. Hypnotical Beats. There we go. First request ever coming up for Tony's gonna be a drum loop. Tony Pandora 1412 will be a drum loop. It's also Jazz's 150th song at Duel's 1200th request. Oh, thanks, Beauty. I'd still rather, I mean, you know, I might hit a point where I might have no choice, but I would still rather do show than because this would feel worse if I wasn't partially, distracted from doing this show. But there are moments where the full gravity of the situation hits me. Let's see. Our drum kit is a jazz kit. That's not the jazz kit. Here's Tony. So the way this works, Tony, is each letter in your name gets assigned a different drum sound or combination of sounds. So you'll see all the O's got assigned a hi-hat and a kick drum. The N's got assigned just a hi-hat. The A's got assigned a hi-hat. So, but each time it assigns different things. So you're going to have different beats generated, even though your username stays the same, but it always is built into, the DNA username is always going to be there, because whatever's in O, this part of the beat will always be the same thing, and the N's and the A's. But next time it might be the O's are a snare drum, right? So there's hundreds of thousands of beats that can be generated from each username. Here's Tony. So I never take away any of the notes from your name, but I do sometimes do some little volume work, and I might add some notes. There it is, Tony's first beat. And then I am only eyes. Is that it? Do I need more stability to this beat? It's pretty syncopated. Hey, Pi. 22 months. Thanks so much. Pi Ride's close to 2 years. Thank you. There it is. Oh, no worries, Pi. I know how it is. No worries. It's always good to see you when you can make it. Sounds here, Pi, with upright ballad bass. Mucho Mas Electric Boutique. Stabby Storybook Sleuthin'. A duel with Revo 9. And then Paul Feels Like Ions. And then Cooper Reason Save the Queen. Yeah, I'll pick which sound starts the improvisation. Oh, the new sounds? Sorry. GXE. This is, Doug gave this to Muty. And Muty's named it GX Terminate. Have a Slice of My Pie Chart got a... Wait, where did that come from? Oh, Doug gave it to Pie. Doug says sometimes when Kid Paws like that, I think that stream is frozen. I need something on screen that's always moving, so you know. Remember I was talked for a while about getting 3 different ferry doors, you know? I don't know if there'll be space in the van for a ferry door. What's behind the door? I still think that was a good idea. Okay. And then, and Have a Slice of My Pie Chart's named it Galactic Leisure Intermission. Childs is a moving rotor on the hat. Yeah. Here's Doug's sound, NWE. And Doug's named it now with its saturation. Oh, and Pi, thanks so much for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Wow. I don't. I wonder if that was accurate, Pi. You have quite the family tree there. I wonder if that's. There might be a bug, but I hope that's real. I hope that's real. I haven't really checked the bugs in those for a while, and since I made it basically. But theoretically, what that means is that Pi gifted subs. How many subs so far? 33. And those 33 subs then gifted subs, right? So it tells you how many means theoretically means somebody that Pi gifted to somebody else, gifted to somebody else, gifted to somebody else, gifted to somebody else. But it also could be, I think there might be a bug where you can become your own grandfather kind of thing, you know? I can't remember if I dealt with that scenario. Or if you gift a sub to somebody who's already gifted subs, if you can basically, it may be that you get added to your family tree, essentially subs who were already born. Does that make sense? Someday I need to go through that code and check it out. I hope that's accurate though. I hope you have great grandchildren. Oh, Tony, you have to include the sound code. So just do what you did, but put your sound code. It's EXE. Put it in between the command and the name. And here is your sound, EXE. In a second, I'll get it. Nice. Thanks, Cool Breeze, for gifting that to Tony. And Tony's named it Pan's Heartbeat. So Tony, so these sounds that we do, for anyone who's wondering what's going on right now, these sounds have never been used on the show. And what happens is when someone unlocks it or when someone gives it to somebody, our bot picks a random sound that's never been used, that's not available even to request. No one knows about it, basically. And then you get to name it. And then once it's been named, then people can request it. So that sound that you just named, it will be on future songs on this show. And then like what Doug did in chat, Doug requested a sound now with the BYE code. So if you wanted to request your sound, you'd request !sound space EXE. Send this Poe. Save the Queen. Here we go. Time to accelerate. living in an hourglass desert, surrounded by oceans, separated by glass. 'Cause I'm living in an hourglass desert, surrounded by oceans, separated by glass. like a fool, even when you say I'm wise. I'm in an hourglass desert, surrounded by waves that crash against the glass that separates me. I'm in an hourglass desert, and sand falls like snow, and I count each one as it falls. There's always more. I'm in an hourglass desert, surrounded by waves that crash against the Thanks for those scalps. Titles. Let's see, what do we have? Duel with Odd World. Hey, Obi. Obi with Moonlight Dance. Staffy with Shatter. I'm only a big child falling awake. Okay, let's get those on the board. I used a bunch of titles as lyric inspiration. Hug Queen, I took Error Message. Staffy, I drew inspiration from Are You Afraid to Dream of Change for the Better? Tony Pandora, I took Hourglass Desert. Voice and Rhodes. I think I said this probably yesterday, or I think I said it this week or last week, but what is so nice about the Rhodes is its imperfections. That's why I love playing it so much, is the imperfections. You know, this is so predictable. Every note feels exactly the same. I mean, in terms of how it feels on the hands. And if I hit it, I know what I'm gonna get. I know how loud it's gonna be. I know that, you know, and same with using software synths for the most part. For the most part, they're very predictable. Once you played a few notes, you know what's gonna happen. But on the Rhodes, every note is different. Some notes, if I hit just a little bit, it's pretty loud. Others, I have to, play really hard to get it loud. And because I don't know, I haven't memorized every single note, and they change. The same note might sound different days. It's this, it feels, I mean, in general, music to me feels like a conversation. I'm having a conversation with the sounds, with everything that's happening. But Rhodes especially feels like a conversation with something outside of myself. So there's this constant, for me, give and take where, because I don't know what I'm going to hear when I play something. So it's almost like somebody else is playing it, which is a really nice, it's a really cool feeling. He says we made a lot of music in between songs. Say yes. It's a nice way of putting it. I'm counting snow, but it's sand that falls from the sky. Oh, thanks, Hoover Miss. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, welcome back. I feel like a fool, even when you say I'm wild. Thanks, Hoover Mist. Let me shout at a few. Oh, and Cool Reason just gave you a sound, Hoover Mist. I'll play your sound in just a moment if you wanna name it. Let me shout out a few more of these titles. Pie with The Grass is Always Greener on the Other Side. Tony Pandora 1412, Moon's Daydream. Jazzy, Insomniac. It's funny. I nearly used your title, What Happens in Vegas, as the inspiration for the song. I nearly went in that. It would have been a very different direction. But I remember when I saw your title, for a moment I was thinking of that, and then I saw the other title and I went the other direction. But Hug Queen with Long Time No See. And Mind Over Muty, Glass Construction. Glass Construction. If anyone doesn't know, that's a pun of, oh, welcome, Paranist. It's a pun off of Muty Knows, is one of my favorite funk bands, disco funk bands. They're called Brass Construction. I think they're very underrated. If you listen to them, listen to the stuff in the mid late 70s. Don't listen to the stuff in the late 70s or 80s. Okay. If you want to hear their funky stuff, listen to. I think they numbered their albums. I don't know. They thought they were Chicago or something, or I don't know what it was. But I think my favorite albums are 4 and 5. 4 and 5. But I like 1, 2, 3 as well. And then 6 is okay. And then I think is it called 6? And then they started naming. They stopped doing the numbers. And pretty much after they stopped doing numbers, I'm not into their music. Because it's 80s, you know. I'm not real into 80s funk almost ever. There's only a few exceptions. But life is long, right? I always like to say, life is long. Who knows? Maybe someday 80s funk's gonna be my favorite thing in the world. Some other titles. Third Dog mentioned Declare Your Variables. Cool Breeze and Comatose Hippo. Dual Glass Whales. Obi Sputnik Philosophy. Staffy Lost the Syllabus. I'm Only Big Child, Drifting Thoughts. Hey, Undersouls. Oh, we got another pie chart. But first, let's fade this out. Oh, let's end the poll first. Oh yes, cool reason. Thanks. Yeah, we need a tour vote as well. Thanks. I totally forgot. Let's break this tie. We got a bunch of housekeeping. Tartarus with option number 4 is Big Child's Falling Awake. That was Falling Awake. Sorry for anyone who's wondering why I'm making weird, more than normal, weird expressions, or I'm leaning down. I've had a bad migraine today. That's my reason for looking more crazier than normal. Here's the sound for Hoover Mist to name. Let's see what it is. And Hoover Mist, you should have gotten a whisper from our bot that explains how to name it. But let me know if you've, or chat can help too if you have any questions on how to do it. Almeida gave me a friend, Lydia Robin. I like the name Lydia. Lydia. I guess it reminds me of Lydian, which is my favorite mode. Lydia Robin, a fireproof shark. Should I bring modes? I'll probably bring modes, but I keep forgetting about them. Lydia Robin, a fireproof shark. I feel like a shark is already sort of fireproof, you know? Assuming it's in its natural habitat. A fireproof shark who once Googled, what are the ingredients in a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Okay, let's bring out Tubi. Oh yeah, you don't actually have to you don't actually have to use the brackets. I think you did originally, but you don't anymore. Yeah, you used to. I think so many people forgot I eventually changed so that either would work. Okay, Tubi. Where are you, Tubi? What are you gonna give us? Give us something good. Oh no, Tubi.
Write his next masterpiece, an exercise post-grunge harmonica blues inspired by Waka Flocka Flame called Spherical Ballad. You're stuck with me. Lucky you. I suppose you want me to entertain you with a pose and pies, right? Fine. Here's the question. If you were Woody Harrelson, which of the following do you think you'd have an unlimited supply of, and your options? 1. Bottle. 2. Saddle. 3. Furnace. 4. Barracuda. 5. English muffins. 6. Alexander Skarsgård.
If you're Woody Harrelson, which of the following do you think you'd have an unlimited supply of bottles, saddles, furnaces, barracuda, English muffins, or Alexander Skarsgård? Is there more than one? Can you have an unlimited supply of Alexander Skarsgård? Oh, Tubi, you voted for one for bottles. Yeah, I think that's. I bet Woody Harrelson has a lot of bottles. Jazz, that was one of your pie intros, Jazzy. That was a good one. Okay, let's end this. I loved when Tubi said, "Really?" Really? Bottle, and it's bottle. Chad, we're all in agreement. Most of us. Okay, one more.
Brilliant. It's time for the mockingly magnificent pose and pies by Tubi. Here's the question. Which of the following qualities would your perfect romantic match have, and your options? 1. Russian nesting doll, cupcake, and doodle-eyed. 2. Rotund, shovel, and environmental art. 3. Fuzzy, pink, 80-foot tall, and banana. 4. Friend of Dwayne The Rock Johnson, lighter, and a fresher than life. 5. Feather duster, vocal jazz, and holographic.
I wanted to say, probably most people just figured it out already, but if you notice in those, when it puts what Tubi said in chat, it sometimes has those double brackets, an SLNC space, a number, and SLNC. That stands for silence, and it's in milliseconds, if I recall. It's not my nomenclature. I'm using Apple's built-in system for controlling talk, and that's the code they use. So if you want to increase the time between a statement and the next sentence or anywhere, if you want to add a pause. Anyway, Tubi wants to know, which of the following qualities would your perfect romantic match have? Russian nesting doll, cupcake, and doodle-eyed, or rotund shovel and environmental art, or fuzzy pink 80-foot tall and banana, friend of Dwayne The Rock Johnson, lighter and, what was it? And a fresher than life. That sounds pretty good. Fresher than life. Oh, I don't know. Maybe not. Feather duster, vocal jazz, and holographic. A little secret. I don't like much vocal jazz. I rarely like vocal jazz. Very rarely. Again, someday I'm going to love it. But basically, I like Nancy Wilson on this two Cannonball Adderley records. Nancy Wilson sings. Just a song. On one she sings two songs, another she sings one song, and I love Nancy Wilson on that. Beyond that, I mean, I aesthetically appreciate. I appreciate Ella Fitzgerald and who's the other? Billie Holiday, but I'm not going to listen to it much. But someday I'm going to love it, I'm sure. Are there any other? Oh, I like some Mose Allison. He's a sort of a weird, wacky. He's not a normal jazz singer though. He's the one. He's got really funny lyrics. What's the one I quoted before? Well, let me end this poll first, and then. Feather duster, vocal jazz, and holographic. Thank you, Tubi. Incredible job.
Thank you very much.
My favorite is he wrote this song. Mose Allison wrote this song called Your Molecular Structure. And oops. Yeah, let me see the lyrics. Why is it not showing? But he's got a distinctive voice. Nobody else sounds like him. But the lyrics are something like, your molecular structure is really something fine. A first-rate example of functional design. Those cosmic undulations are steady coming through your molecular structure, baby. Me and you. So, it's so good. He got in undulations. Undulations. How many times have undulations been used in a song? Almost never. He might be the first person ever to use undulate. Am I saying it right? Undulations, right? Undulations. Thermodynamically, you're getting to me. Your molecular structure, baby. Ooh-wee. Cool reason. You did a parody of a song that had gingivitis in it. That's a tough. What'd you rhyme? Did you have to rhyme it? What'd you rhyme with gingivitis? Oh, we're gonna do our tour poll, right? Hey, Zimchuk. He says, didn't Pink Floyd have a song where they sang "We don't need no undulation"? You rhyme gingivitis with gingivitis? Oh, Taffy gave touch of Midas, not gingivitis. Isn't there some disease that ends with, it's like something itis? Not something, what is it? Itis, gingivitis. You could rhyme it. You could rhyme with lita. You know, like litas, but not lighters. Litas. I'm a demented dentist. Gonna burn out your gingivitis with this fiery lita. No good. Sorry about that. That was not good. Because I did singular. I should have done plural. It needed to be litas. Gingivitis, litas. We're demented dentists. We're going to burn out your gingivitis with our fiery litas. Still not good. Okay, tour. Let's see, tour. Doug, is this what migraines do to a person? Zimchuk says just cat and you can rhyme anything. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I got the gingivitis. It's another name for coincoitis. Or do you know how Dr. Seuss just would make up words? Dr. Seuss was the scatter of children's story writers. What's that word that rappers say you just can't rhyme? It's orange, right? Is that the one you just can't really do? There's no natural rhyme. You have to, twist and bend it. Silver is hard to rhyme. Yeah, you could just always pair it with gold, right? Silver and gold, then gold has a million things you could rhyme with it. Silver. Yeah, I can only think of cheats. You could cheat with deliver, something like that. Silver. Got the silver on fast. Got the silver. They deliver. It's not exactly, but Doug says orange 4-inch door hinge. Oh, Jazzy is Wilbur. Where'd you get all that silver? I stole it from Wilbur. When he was out to deliver all that silver to the milliner. No, that doesn't really work. Milliner. Oh, Muffin's got silver killed her. Oh, yeah, that works. Okay, choose the tour name for September. I can't believe it. September. It's funny how time, as you get older, it goes faster because as a percentage of your life, a day becomes less and less as a percentage of your larger life. Whereas, when you're 1 year old, one day is 1/365th of your life. Now it's, I don't know, one in the 10,000th or something of my life. So that's, in some way, that's sad when, things are good. But it's sort of nice when things are bad, right? Because time moves faster. And also, as you get older, you sort of, you've gotten through bad stuff, so you know that, hey. Let's see. Okay. Zimchux is scared to see how fast my 60 is going to go. Oh, and yeah, I said your first thing you wrote, my 40s are flying, yeah. I've been working on this big, huge secret project, and I started actively working on it a year ago. I'd sort of done a little bit on it leading up to that, but really it's been a year. And it has gone, from the point of view of working on that project, it has gone so fast. Does not feel like I've had a year to work on it. I'll say that. Okay, let's see. Tours. Oops. When did we do our last? Did we do our last one on the right day? August. Poll history. 8/28. Okay. Greater than equal to 8/29. Wait, that's not right. 8/28. Wait, 7. Or whatever. No, I gotta check that. What? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, that was creation. It doesn't make any sense. Wait, what month is this? Why does it say 8/28? Oh, because I duplicated it twice. I'm such an idiot. Sorry for my idiocy. There we go. That's why. Okay, the August poll we did 7/31. Okay. Oh, so greater than equal to 8/1/2021. Sort ascending latest titles. Cool reason with perfection, imperfection. Jazzy embracing the gray. Doug deviated September. It really took me a minute to get the pun. I was like, there's got to be a pun here. What is it? What is it? Oh, yeah, I suffer from it. And then one more. Muty with color outside the lines. And we're going with the European spelling, or the UK spelling. Okay, what's going to be the name for September's tour? Perfect imperfection, embracing the gray, deviated September, color outside the lines. And while you'll do that, let me shout out a few more of these. Brooms gave us Welcome Back to the Etcetterati. Chuggy gave us Needs More Kimchi. I'm Only Big Child, the Scrambled Eggs Tour. Hug Queen, Goose Tour. Q Square, the Bandwagon. Reginald Delaware, Sleeping on the Crete. Sponge Solo, Slow Flow Mojo. Staffy, Realistic but Sufficient. Bodybuilder to be Stongnook with to be submitted a lot. Let's see what were some ones from our bot. Trust and faith in the stars. I like that. Trust and faith in the stars. He washed his clothes in the river. It's a weird name for a tour, but okay. I have a shadow. My shadow is close to me. Cougars is amazed we didn't get any van tours. We're still a ways away from the van tour, but I just thought about it. I'm actually going to go on tour. For real, not these abstract. I'm actually going to be on the road. Wow. I never, when I started this, I never would have imagined I'd be planning what I'm planning now. It's amazing how life takes interesting, dynamic turns that you don't expect. Please, here's another one. Please contact us for a correspondence for several months. That's a tour name from our bot, Tubi. Find the answer to the question you're looking for. That's another one. Meetings, can we unlock being a roadie? I mean, I love that idea. I'm just trying to think, will there be space? You might, Muty, you might have to sit on Tubi's lap in the passenger seat. That might be the only option. Pius's tour where? My plan is to move into a van, or some sort of vehicle. I don't know but most likely it'd be a van. And live and do the show, and start doing something separate from this on YouTube. The concept is basically for this YouTube series is going to be a mix between a travel blog and a variety show, which I don't think has ever been done, probably for good reason, which is why I have to do it, because it's a dumb idea. So yeah, Pi, I've been talking incessantly about this for, I don't know. When did I start? About 2 months ago talking about this? 2 or 3 months? Yeah. We're still a ways away. Y'all are going to have to suffer while I talk about this. We're still a ways away. Zimchucks is going to need a U-Haul truck. Oh, I'm going to have almost none of this stuff. Yeah. I'm going to simplify way, way down. I'm not going to have this. I'm not going to have this. I'm not going to have this. I'm going to have a much smaller keyboard. The show currently uses 4 computers. I'm going to have to go down to 1 computer. I'm only bringing a few of these instruments. I'll bring the sax, the flute, the trumpet, the kazoo, the melodica. I will not bring the baritone or the trombone, not the Rhodes. And I don't know if I'll be able to do the light show. I want to try. I just don't know if the light show. There's 3 main issues. I don't know if I'll be able to really pull it off with 1 computer. Just because the light show, believe it or not, even though it's just playing back. Well, it's not just playing back videos. It's mixing videos. It's got a bunch of. It's pretty processor intensive. So the question is, can I do it with 1 computer? Everything I need to do. Can I get a projector that is short enough throw that even though the projector won't be as far away. So right now the projector it's in a closet all the way over there. It's as far away from that wall as can be. So can I get a projector with a short throw? And then the last issue is, will I have sufficient power to be able to power the projector without losing all my battery power? Because the projector is going to be using more power than anything else in the van. Zipchuck says need an EV, you can make your own power. Well, I'm going to have a pretty massive battery, and I'll probably get solar. I'm going to have at least 170 amp hours of power, and I might even end up basically having almost 400 amp hours of power. If I have 400 amp hours, I could definitely do the projector. But at 400 amp hours, I'm not going to be able to have enough solar to recharge that much. So the idea with that, what I'd be doing is I would periodically be, either camping at campgrounds that have power, or, going to places where I can plug in and just get some juice. I'm going to get a generator that I can take out of the vehicle so I can charge it. Or it's not technically a generator, it's a power station. This is it's all electric battery. It's on this poll. What's our tour going to be called? Deviated September. Hey, Unity of Balance. Unity of Balance says you can make a post. You need to charge someone's house. Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, a bunch of you have already offered Unity of Balance. Yeah. Doug's proud of the pun. Yeah, that was a good one. If you come to New Hampshire, I can run you an extension cord. Nice. My tentative plan is to probably for a couple months to start, I'll probably stick around the Southwest. Because I have resources, easy access to certain resources in both Texas and New Mexico. So I imagine that, I'm going to have, obviously, since I'm been talking about this for months and we still have a ways to go, I'm going to have a lot of ideas up front, but it's very possible that once I start living it, I need to change how I've built things. And so those first couple months, I think it makes sense to be, relatively close to places where I could, do what I need to do. And then I think I'd like to do maybe I'm sort of looking at it as a minimum, I'm going to do a year. I don't think you can really get a sense of anything if you don't do it. Anything that significant if you don't do it for a year. Because in a year is going to be enough time to have a lot of ups and downs. I think it's really important to have downs. Downs give you a sense of that's just part of life. So I expect there will be some downs. But I think a year is enough time to also get out of downs, and just sort of But anyway, so in that first year of doing it, I'd like to do maybe one time across the country, sort of maybe a circle or something. But I don't think I want to be driving more than an hour a day at most. So I'm going to be moving very slow because so much of my energy is going to be producing the videos for YouTube and then also doing this show when I, at least 2 or 3 times a week. You says you have a date on when you blast off. There's some big ifs. There's some massive financial ifs that impact whether it'll be possible in the first place. But there's two major things that are holding me up a little. One is that I've been working on this project that no one knows what it is. And I really need to launch it before I hit the road, just meant psychologically. I don't know if anyone knows what I mean. to start something new when you haven't finished something else is, for me, it's not a great mental thing, if that makes any sense. So I know I mentally I have to have that. I'm not going to be excited. I'm not going to be happy with where it's at, no matter what. But I need to at least get to the point where I'm ready to share it with everybody. And so that's a big thing. And the other thing is car prices are insane right now. So I'm hoping that they'll come down a bit, you know. But to be more specific, what I'm sort of tentatively looking at in life, it might be so basically, you know, as many people, you know, it's I've talked about the growth on this channel is in very bad negative territory, and because I make a living doing this, that's not something I can sustain. So that's also something that's impacting all these decisions, and why I do need to I need to change something drastic very soon. But what would be best for me would be, and what I'm tentatively working towards, but I might need to do it sooner if it gets desperate financially, is launch Project X in early December, and at the same time I launch Project X, start a Kickstarter campaign to try to raise some funds because it's going to be a lot of money up front I'm going to have to spend. You know, I got to get the vehicle, I got to do a build, I got to, you know, solar. I'm going to be spending like $4,000 on the power system. In order to have I have to have reliable power. Everything depends on me having reliable. So it's, you know, it's a lot of money up front. The Kickstarter would probably be 30 days. So it would end sometime in January. And I would buy a vehicle as soon as I could. But, you know, there's not a lot of options right now. So I might but my goal is to buy a vehicle almost immediately and then take about a month or two to do the build. So that's still winter, so it's still sort of cold. And then hit the road in March or April. That's the tentative. That's the most specific I've been. Probably some folks are now, are you kidding? You've been talking about this and it's this far away? Is this far away? But it's a pretty, you know, it's a huge decision to do this. And I'm in a very precarious time in my life with, so I have to do this right. I got to do it right. You know, I got to do it as smart as I can. Sim Chucks will be January tomorrow at this rate. I know, exactly. It's going too fast. Cool reason is used prices are off the charts, inflation. Well, it's cool reason is that, but it's the biggest thing. Cool reason is is the chip shortage. That's the biggest issue, is that there's not enough chips, and so they're not making new cars. And because they're not making new cars, anyone who wants to buy a new car, not everyone can get it. And so people are buying used cars. So yeah, the chip shortage is the biggest problem right now, because inflation is not 40%, right? Inflation is it's probably less than 5% right now or something. But used cars right now are up. Some are up 40-50%. Meaning people are selling their used cars for more than they bought them new. It's crazy. He says there's a sweet spot in Kickstarter after the holidays, before the holidays, where projects get more love. Well, the reason I was saying, I was looking and they said not Kickstarter, but some other analyst was saying that December, January is the best time to end Kickstarter, which for me was counterintuitive, because I thought that, you know, people in the holidays would be all tapped out, right? And after the holidays. I mean, for this show, I will say this, now that I think about it. Our worst months, historically, until this summer, I'll say, our worst months were January's usually. January's are usually really bad, and December's usually were really good. So, I should say, if anyone's wondering, the show, I'm just hanging out. It's actually, I might hang out for a little while because it's helping me not notice my migraine. So I might just hang out. So if anyone's waiting for another song, I think we're done with the music, but I'm going to just hang out with y'all for a little bit. So, and because my migraine, I think it might be going away a little bit. So I want to keep distracting myself a little longer before I have to deal with reality. Cool Breeze says they want my car. I'm considering it. Oh yeah, I'll grab a chair. Maybe I'll come up. We'll get intimate. Let me get my chair. Thank you. Thanks for the suggestion. Unit Bounces, YouTube Solar Guy, Will Prowse. Yeah, I've watched some of his videos for sure. Yeah. But yeah, I'm watching videos from these car experts and stuff, trying to find out what's going on. And in the past, I've watched a lot more YouTube now than I ever have before because I'm thinking about doing YouTube stuff, Which direction do I go to get in focus? I can't remember. This is an old school camera. I have to manually focus the lens. Well, it's not the camera, it's the lens that's old school. Bring out the grump. Will this work? What is this metal rod? I don't even know what that's for. There we go. Oh, but I'm blocking the grump. There we go. Oh. One thing about the headphones, and any of y'all wear glasses? After wearing headphones I wear headphones all day, right? So, 16 hours of wearing headphones, I just feel the grooves of my glasses frames, they're just digging into my skull. Cool reasons, headphones, glasses, no bueno, yeah. It's no good. It's no good. I'm still a little out of focus, but that's good because I'll look younger. It's like, oh, he's 23 years old. Oh no, he's 70. Can you still hear me okay? Yeah. See, this is what's nice about my mic setup is I can just swing the mic right over here. Simchicks, I played guitar for 2 hours. My headphones hurts. Can't imagine 16 hours. I for better or worse, I have a very one-track mind. So it takes a lot for me to be aware of things like pain and hunger and discomfort. Unfortunately, it often's not till it's a little too late, like I really hurt myself or something sometimes. When I'm working, that's why doing a show when I have a migraine is a good thing for me. Because it's very hard when you have a migraine. For me, when I have a migraine, when it gets bad, it's very hard to start an activity that's totally using just my own willpower. I do it. I always try to power through, but I feel like I'm fighting a battle the whole time, trying to keep my concentration on what I'm doing. if anyone didn't see it, I'll show it again. I borrowed a suitcase of Legos, and just before the show, about an hour before, 45 minutes before the show, my migraine just got really bad. I just couldn't work on Project X anymore. I had to stop, but I needed to keep doing something useful. You know, I don't have time to just. So I thought, I'm having a hard time visualizing some of the things for my van build, so I'm just going to start doing it out of Lego. So I didn't get very far. I spent 45 minutes, I think, and this is all I did because almost all my time was just trying to find the pieces in this huge thing. But anyway, it probably just makes no sense because I'm not even close to a halfway done. Pi says, "Do you know what Lego means?" I don't know. What does it mean? Cobra said, "Through my force of will, I had to block out a headache of work earlier. It did help." Pi says, "It's two Danish words combined." Oh, which ones? He says, "Is that the actual color scheme?" Yeah. I don't know why it doesn't even matter, but I was trying to, just the kid in me, right? The kid who used to play with Lego all the time. So I couldn't just, I wanted something that, some sort of pattern. Oh, it's play good? It's play good is what it means? I did not know that. That's, Lego is such an awesome toy. I'm not as big a fan. I think in the last 15, 20 years, Lego has started doing all these theme sets, Star Wars and Pirates of the Caribbean, whatever, and it's also more gendered. You have sort of girl Legos and boy Legos now, right? Whereas in the 80s, when I was a kid, they did have sets, but they were just random things usually. They weren't part of some. But I think what's nice is I know kids, even if they get a Pirates of the Caribbean Lego set, they're going to do the thing once, and then they're just going to throw it in there. They'll do whatever they want. So. Cool reasons I think it's going to be Lincoln Log colored. I think I also did Lincoln Logs. And did anyone play with Constructs? Constructs are sort of advanced Lego. They have gears and stuff. Those are really cool too. But I think by the time I got to Constructs, I just wasn't playing with toys as much. I was starting to do other stuff. So I didn't do as much with the Constructs. Simchuck says, "I loved Lego as a kid. Now they're the things my kids leave around for me to step on and hurt my feet." I know I know some spilled out of that suitcase and I'm going to step on it. Yeah, they're the worst. Simchuck, you play Constructs? Gray bars and blue connectors, yeah. Tim Front, you play Constructs? If you only had the ETC bulb, it's talking about the Stefan on Legos, yeah. And Duplo, oh yeah, Duplo. Some of y'all already heard me do my spiel, but I'm gonna do it again because it helps me to talk through stuff. It helps my brain work. But basically, this is a side view of the van, right where this white piece is. That just represents where the two front seats are. So all the back seats have been taken out. And the key to my concept, which I've not seen any van lifer doing this, which means it's probably a bad idea. But the key to my concept is that I'm going to be working and sleeping on the floor itself. I'm not going to have a bed. And the reason for that is it'll give me a ton of headroom, which I like. I really like having a lot of space above my head. And it opens up other possibilities, but Simchuck says, well, so that's one of the advantages, Simchuck, of this not happening immediately. is I'm in training. I started training. First thing is I started sleeping on the floor, and I've been sleeping on the carpet here for what was it? I don't know. I've lost track. It's been at least 2 or 3 weeks, and I'm totally used to it. Totally fine on the floor. So that's check. That's all good. That's good to go. Now the sitting. I can sit cross-legged fine for about, at this point, for about an hour. Not, and then and 2 hours over the course of a day. But more than that, it gets a little unfun. What I cannot do at all is sit with my legs straight and my back straight. I can't do that. I'm working on my flexibility. Zimchuk says, I like the day part of camping, but my body hates the night part. Does it just for future reference? The floor of the vehicle is almost zero insulation. The metal is a great conductor. Well, yeah, I'm going to build a floor, though. Yeah, I'm going to have a floor. I'm going to insulate that van like crazy. I was thinking, Doug, I might even have essentially 2 floors. Where I have a one layer that's sort of the floor with insulation and everything, and then maybe an inch or 2 of airspace, and then the actual floor. So that will help, hopefully, with moisture. And since I will be sleeping on the floor. And then also, I think it might be useful. I can think of a lot of ways where it'd be really useful to have a big amount of space that's about that high that I can put things in. Basically set things for filming. It might be really useful. So I might, just that little extra. Because Doug, that is definitely one of my biggest, practical concerns about doing the van thing is the temperature, that I'll get too cold. I'm not worried about the heat, just worried about getting too cold. Meaty says, Muffin says, this sounds more like training to become a monk. Cooper says, kid will have 4 on the floor every day when he's like, yeah. Pi says, I know of all sitting. I've been sitting here for 12 hours. I have to do it again tomorrow. Pi, are you sitting in a chair? It's interesting. I found, because I hadn't sat on the floor since I was a kid. And I started sitting on the floor, 2 or 3 weeks ago, a month ago. And I find it energizing in a way that sitting in a normal chair is not. I feel like sitting in a normal chair, my posture just is horrible. But as soon as I was sitting on the floor, I'm much more aware of my body, and I'm more aware that I need to move around and change my sitting position so I'm not in the same position for more than, 15, 20 minutes. Because there's so many different ways you can sit. You can sit cross-legged. You can sit sort of the yoga cross-leg, where your feet are both on the floor. You can sit with your legs sort of sideways. You can sit with your legs straight out. And since I'm not, so to answer Moody's question, I can make my legs straight. It's just my back, my hamstrings are so tight and my calves are so tight. But what I can do is I can have a lean back. So I think what I'm going to have on the floor is a chair. It's basically a piece of wood with some sort of pad on it that I can change the angle of to sort of suit the way I'm sitting. If I want a little bit of support, I could, so I can lean back 45 degrees and have my legs, and then have the surface I'm be working on. I want to make it so that I can sort of move it closer to me, sort of move it, slide it around. Pi, you're on a gaming chair, still working from home. I'm going to scroll up. I think I missed some questions. Hoover Miss had a question. Just curious, at what age did you become interested in music? I first started playing music in elementary school. I started playing a little bit of piano. I've done, believe it or not, since I play keyboard more than anything else on the show, I've done extremely little formal training on the keyboard. Most of my formal training was on trombone and on flute. those two instruments, but mainly trombone. But yeah, I did a little bit of piano in elementary school, then I started playing the baritone horn, which is this instrument right there. And I stopped playing piano at that point in 5th grade or 4th grade. And I just played baritone until 7th grade, and I started playing trombone because I thought there's no future as a baritone player. And then I stopped playing trombone for a little while, switched to trumpet because I thought there's no future as a trombone player. Then I went back to trombone. But it's funny, I hadn't talked about this in a long time, but earlier in the stream I was talking about this, how it wasn't until 7th or 8th grade when I really sort of heard music for the first time. I'd been playing it, but I'd never really heard it and listened and experienced it. And why did that happen? It was when I started improvising. Yeah. And once I started improvising, that was, one of the most significant good things in my life, for sure. Improvising has been such a gift to be able to have that as something I know I have. Because improvising is all about being in the moment. It's about freedom. It's about letting go. And I'm not good at those things in general, in normal life. I'm not good at that way of living. It's not natural for me at all. So improvising is I feel like improvising has definitely helped my life outside of improvising, because I can take some of those things, I can take that freedom, I can remember what it feels like to be in the moment and why that's so powerful. So yeah. I'm just checking if I missed anything in chat. Zimchuck, you sit in an L shape with your back against the couch. Pie, you keep moving, you got a little scar. Oh yeah. Yeah, once you have those injuries, it's real tough. Cool reason you sit cross-legged on a computer chair. It's not good to do, but it's comfortable for you. Well, sitting cross-legged is great, right? You just mean it's not good because you're sitting on a chair cross-legged? Because sitting, because that's a yoga pose, right? It's great for opening up your, I don't know what it's opening up something, right? I don't know my muscle groups. But you can also kneel on the floor. I used to be, right now I cannot really kneel and have my buttocks touch my calves without hurting myself. I have to put a little pad in between. So I need to improve my flexibility, because I don't know how often I would do that, because the advantage of sitting cross-legged and sitting on my butt is that that's the same height for my desk that I'll need. Sitting on my knees, I'm much taller. So then if I'm going to do that, then I need to have some way to raise up, the whole desk, which starts to get complicated. Simchuck says, I wonder if I picked up a saxophone at the 5 years training school, would come back. Oh, I'm sure it would come back. Muscle memory is, it might take a little while, but I don't think you really you might, you'll feel rusty, I'm sure, but it's not going to be like you're a beginner. If you did 5 years in school, you're going to, so I hope you do try to pick it up again. But just give yourself a break. Don't expect yourself to sound, I think one of the reasons I think it's so rare for older people to start new things is that when we're older, you know, we've been listening to music for however old we are, right? When we're 7 years old or 10 years old or 12 years old and we start playing music, we just don't have that much experience and listening. And so we're a lot more open-minded. We're not criticizing ourselves. But as adults, we just critique ourselves so harshly, it makes it really hard to learn. But if we let go of that critiquing, we can still learn. Oh, you're learning guitar. Well, you got something going on then. Just trying to see if I missed anything. But yeah, again, sorry, people, probably half the chat's already heard me talk about this, but basically where this is headed, I mean, it's only just started, but the idea is I couldn't design it to work exactly the way it's going to, I'm simplifying it, but this, I'm going to check this out, make sure this doesn't drive me crazy, but the idea is that I don't need a lot of space over my feet. I don't need to have room to breathe for my feet. So this bottom area will be just a little, you know, maybe 1.5 feet, and the just, you know, from my calves down to my feet will be underneath that part. And then this is an open space right here is where my desk essentially is going to go. And my desk I need a big workspace because I need a keyboard on it. I need multiple keyboard, you know, I need a lot of space. So really I need something that's about 2 feet by 4 feet, which is what this represents. So the desk, will slide into here to store. So it'll pull out and it'll actually need to be lowered down because it'll be too high otherwise. Lower down, and that will be where the desk surface is. So I'm sitting right here with either cross-legged, and this will slide so it can be closer. Depending on how I'm sitting, I can move it closer or further from my body. This will also slide out the other side so that I open the back doors of the van. And then this is now my surface so I can do shows outside. And so in this setup, there's like the cameras here pointing out where I'm standing outside, and you see wherever I am behind me. The sides of this are going to be, and from here is going to all be storage. You can't see that. The sides here will be storage, and then there'll be a center right up here will be a channel. And that channel is where a monitor is going to be, but it'll be sideways most of the time, and then it'll sort of come out like that or like this. And that channel will also give airflow because I'm going to probably put a ventilation right there in the roof so that I can have ventilation from there to the windows in the front of the van because there'll be no windows in this part. Doug says, how much are you budgeting to spend on buying the van? Well, I think I might change my mind on this, Doug, but I might not have a choice what my resources are, right? I probably won't have a choice. What I would like, this is what I think is my hope and most realistic. I would like to get a vehicle that is no more than 60,000 miles on it, you know, so that I can be relatively confident that the vehicle will work for a year without a major problem. Just mentally, I think that would be good. So the vehicles that I'm looking at that would work best with this setup would be about $15,000 to $17,000. Now, if this was 2 years ago, they'd be a lot cheaper because things are more expensive. But I'm not going to have $15,000 to $17,000. Like, no way. You know, so I'm banking on that I'm going to be able to get a loan and just do a 10 to 20% down payment. Cool reason, 60K isn't even broken for semi-truck. But, you know, if I don't, depending on the finances, I might have to go a vehicle with 100,000 miles or, but yeah, so in other words, Doug, ideally, I will not be spending more than like 1,000 or, well, more than 2,000 up front, ideally. Because there's so many other expenses that I'm going to have to, you know, like I said this earlier, the solar power is going to be the power is going to be the biggest expense of anything. Doug says, how set are you on having two side doors? I'm not necessarily set on. I mean, I think the two side doors are not that big of a deal. I mean, I could, yeah. I am very enamored with the idea of being able to shoot with the windshield behind me, right? So that sort of limits the kind of vehicles. I might change my mind on that, but having two side doors is probably not that important because I don't. Oh, you mean the two side doors add to the price? Well, for the vehicles that I'm looking at, it's just default. They all have two side doors. Yeah. It's not an extra thing. So the vehicle that I'm at least right now leaning towards is a 2010 to 2013 Ford Transit Connect. The problem is that there's a reason why I'm leaning towards that, and there's a reason why it is one of the most popular small van, camper van options. It's the tallest minivan you can get. Well, the newer Transits do, cool reason, are come in different sizes. I'm pretty sure the 2000 to 2013, at least from what I've seen, there's one size. They're all the same. And then beginning in 2014 or 15, they started doing different sizes. But the 2010 to 2013 is I think it's almost a foot taller inside than the later Connects. Because the Transit Connect is 59 inches inside. Whereas, most of the the Ram ProMaster and the newer Connects are like 48 to 49 inches inside, which is that's a big difference. That's, for me, if it's 59 inches, I forget how tall. I think I measured myself. Let's see. But yeah, the Transit Connects, they look silly because they're so tall. They're I mean, silly in a fun. I think it's a really fun looking vehicle. I'm not really into cars, obviously. If I was, I probably would have owned one, and I've never owned one personally. But the Transit Connect from 2010 to 2013, it has a personality to it. It's not just one of those generic, streamlined, every car looks exactly the same now. So from the point of view of the van being a character in this YouTube series, which is what I'm intending, it's a good choice, I think. Cougars as they are tall vans, I believe some of the older VWs were tall too. Yeah. was what's nice is at 59 inches, I can kneel and have my body totally straight except for my knees. That's really nice to be, because I can pretty easily move around if I'm on my knees. If I'm gonna have carpet or something soft on the floor, so I can do that. But I mean, there's not gonna be very much floor space, so it's not like I'm gonna be moving around much anyway. But just mentally, I think I need height more than I need floor space, because I know what my life is like. I spend almost 16 hours, well, almost all the time y'all don't see me, I am essentially taking up this tiny, tiny space of this room, and I'm oblivious. I'm in my own world doing Project X or whatever I'm working on. I'm not very worried about being claustrophobic except for that headspace. And that's not totally random. Honestly, I haven't never talked about this, but I was in my 20s. I don't know how much of this I want to talk about, but I was in a musical group, a band for a long time, and they were my best friends, and we went to high school. We were played together for like 6 or 7 years, but there was sort of what I wanted to do sort of changed, and sort of the direction of some of the music was, at the time, it wasn't really. I just wanted to do something different, and I didn't like touring also, and I left the band, but I didn't leave right away. I sort of, because I really felt committed. I really wanted to make this happen, and because I cared about everyone so much in this band. But it was a tough time that year that I sort of tried to make it work, and I came out of that year when I finally had the left. I came out of that in a real bad mental situation, real bad, and I moved into this place and ostensibly to work on my own music, to do my own thing. And my studio was in this basement of this house, and the ceiling, and I would stand, the ceiling was 1 inch above my head, and it was, I don't know, it was not the right thing when you're in a bad mental health situation to be it was a tiny, tiny, tiny room, no headspace. And I think for me, my energy goes up, if that makes sense. Like, that's sort of how I feel musically. I'm looking up. I'm not looking down. I'm not looking around. I'm looking up. And so anyway, that's sort of a more detail than you probably wanted, but emotionally why headspace is very important to me. Guru, this is the first time a hailstorm blows up on you. You won't be doing an outside show. Got caught out on a hailstorm, wouldn't right? Yeah. I mean, the thing about the outdoor shows, when I first started thinking about doing the show and doing the van, right, it was still built around the idea that streaming was going to be the main, it was all about streaming, But, because that's what I love. I love being live with y'all. That's what I love the most. But, I keep deluding myself thinking that that's being the ticket, and it's just not, And that's when I started thinking I'm just, even if me going into a van makes things a little better, makes it a little easier to attract new viewers, it's not going to be enough. It might kick the can down the road 6 months or 3 months. I'm just tired of trying to kick the can down the road just a little further. I'm so tired of that, which is why really what's making this van thing, why I'm so certain or why I need to do it is the YouTube thing. I have to figure out some way to actually grow this so I can keep doing it. And streaming I'm committed to, I love streaming, I'm committed to it, but basically the YouTube thing is sort of the priority in a way in terms of my mental thinking right now, because that's the only way this can continue is if I figure out something else, if that makes sense, you know. So anyway, the reason I was just saying that is that I'm worried a lot less about doing the outdoor shows than I did originally, and also because, you know, most of the year I'd only be able to play an hour or so before it's dark, 2 hours, you know. So I think the outdoor shows probably will be more of sort of an occasional fun thing, or maybe I mean, in the Southwest it almost never rains. So if I were to do earlier shows, maybe on the weekends, you know, which would be good for Europe and easier for most people who don't have to work, then I could do an actual 4-hour outdoor show and have the light on the whole time. But it may be that the outdoor show is more fun to think about than in practice, and that just, even though it's cool that I'm outside, it's the background doesn't change. It might not be that important, you know. Hey, Q Square. But I do want to go into this with the possibility of that, you know, because I think, you know, y'all take up so much of my. I'm not worried about feeling claustrophobic doing shows in the van at all, because y'all give me so much energy, and I'm not worried about that. I am apprehensive about can I be as productive, and I'm pretty sure I can if temperature isn't an issue, you know. I think the small space will be okay. And basically the way I imagine my life is that I'm just gonna be, because officially I think I'm gonna say I'm gonna be trying to do 1 to 2 videos a week. Unofficially, I'm gonna be going into it. I want to try to do daily videos, at least for the first 3 to 4 months. And so what I imagine would be I get up and I go out, I do a hike or whatever. I go outside to find interesting places. I do some filming while it's, you know, cool, not too hot, not whatever, easier. There's fewer people around early in the morning, you know. And then during the middle of the day, I'm doing a lot of creative, I'm doing editing, I'm doing creative stuff. And then at the end, towards the middle, you know, late afternoon, I go out again and I finish my filming, and then I do either a show or I do editing. So I want to spend most of my non-computer time outside, walking around, you know, stretching out my legs. And I think one of the things I want to do with the van eventually, I don't think I'll do this right away, is so I'm gonna have solar panels up top. I'm gonna build probably a frame so that you can't really see that there's solar panels. But what I also want to do is have the frame so that I can pull out 2 poles and have a roof that goes over this. A little bit of a roof that has another solar panel on it, so that I can work and have shade. Not shade so much for the heat, but so that I can see the monitor. It's real hard to see a monitor when you have direct sunlight. So it'd be really nice to be able to work outside sometimes. But like I said, you know, as I get further along in this, if I stick with this concept of trying to do it in a small vehicle, I'm gonna build just something temporary, you know, it's maybe with blankets or something, a model of just the amount of physical space that I'll have, and just start working in here. I'll put a computer on the floor, put my monitor on the floor. Right now, when I work, I look sort of up at it. Not most comfortable. Corey says it'll be fantastic. How are you doing, Q Square? We're just hanging out. Show basically is over, but I've had a migraine and I wanted to just keep hanging out so I didn't have to think about my migraine. But it's going away. It's so much better than it was. But I need to. I can't talk. I can't think about it. I need just because that's why it's going away is I don't think about it. Yeah, I'm just talking everyone's ear off about van stuff. But yeah, what are the other big financial things? Well, I need, getting the internet stuff is going to cost about is $2,000 at least. Yeah, I'm going to need to get a little fridge. The build, the build's going to cost money because I'm gonna, I might get a vent. I'm gonna be getting insulation and putting in a floor, and I'll probably put in walls and a ceiling just to get it more insulated. You know, so it's a lot. It adds up real fast. you know, I mean, van. If the down payment on the van is $2,000, and then solar is minimum gonna be $2,000 with the power and solar. So we're at 4,000, and then internet's another 2,000. We're at 6,000. So realistically, it'll probably end up being 12 to 15,000 that I have to find somewhere just to get it started. Doug's is the price of wood these days. Q square is the grump, a reflection of the headache. No, just Cool Reason requested it, so I brought it out. It's just sad to hear a story of earlier bad metal period way back when. Hope the more this fan thinks these fruition, the more of those insecurities you have now will fade in fewer creative ways. I have so much faith in you. Oh, thank you. Usually I get bored quick with people. You got me here for 3 years. That's something. Just make sure that noggin of yours doesn't consume itself. Well, like I was saying it earlier in the stream, just life. We have ups and downs, and that was the beginning of a really long bad period of my life. A very long. We're talking decade plus of bad time. I mean, even within bad times, we have good times, but as a whole, it was a real bad time. But it was gonna even if no matter, it was gonna happen to me. It might have been a different cause. Looking back, it didn't even matter what caused it. It was gonna happen. I had things in myself that were gonna make that happen, and what really got me out of it was when I started this show, when I started preparing for this show, and again, it's not that I was nonstop unhappy for 15, 17, 15, however long years, but it was tough. It was very hard. So I'm very grateful that what's been tough mostly for the last 5 years is different. It's stress about, can I keep this going? That's as hard as that's been, as stressful as that's been at times, that is still so much better than what was before that. That's such a better thing to be unhappy about sometimes. that, wow, I'm getting to do something amazing, but can I keep doing it, right? Because it's still, I'm getting to do something amazing. I'm so lucky. But thank you, Muty, thank you. Oh, thanks, Booster Boy. And Doug said, price of wood these days, better build a van out of Legos. Oh, thanks. Thank you, Muty. Thank you. Thank you. I've said it before, but it's made it so much easier to have y'all's just moral support all these years. That's made it survivable, the stress at times, made it survivable. That last year in California was really bad in a lot of ways, and having y'all's energy and positivity made it so much better than it ever would have been. And it's been getting harder over the last 6 to 8 months again, and again, y'all's encouragement, enthusiasm makes an incredible difference. Doug mentions, says, you plan on doing the build out yourself or have someone else do it? If money was no object, I would have someone else do it, because I don't really have skills in that area, and I'm not naturally interested in those skills. That being said, money is an object. It's unlikely that I'll be able to spend $2,000 to pay somebody or whatever to do the labor. And the silver, one of the most popular things on YouTube for van life stuff is builds. Even amateurs, which I'm going to be, people love those videos. People love seeing you figure it out. So, it's potentially an easy way, to get content, and to start building up sort of people who are interested on YouTube. Key scores, you can obviously build Legos. Maybe all you need is some glue. I figure it's not. I'm not. One of the appeals of having a smaller vehicle, there's a lot of appeals. There's a lot of reasons why why I'm leaning this direction. One of the appeals is that because it's smaller, just the build cannot be that complex. There's just not enough space to do crazy stuff. I can't have a shower. There's no way I can have a working shower. I can have there's ways you can have showers, but I'm not going to have an actual shower stall in the van. I'm not going to have a whole kitchen with a sink and a stove. So it really limits me. But I think that's one of the things I've learned so much from doing this show specifically, is how liberating, paradoxically, right? How liberating limitations can be. It seems like it shouldn't work that way, right? It seems like having every single possible thing at your disposal is going to make life better. But then you can be paralyzed by indecision and second guessing yourself because you have an infinite number of options right in front of you. And instead, what I've found is that when I get a limited number of options, I get 6 sounds, y'all pick them, there's still infinity with those 6 sounds. But it's an infinity that feels more manageable. And instead of thinking, oh, there must be a better sound I could use, instead I say, okay, this is a weird sound. What can I do with it? And then it pushes me in creative directions. I think it's pushed me so much further creatively into new territory than if I were picking the same sounds. We would have nowhere near the variety of songs on this channel. Nowhere near. Every song would have Rhodes on it, and you know, just be, hey, Sponge Solo. There, Doug mentions I'd volunteer to help. I don't have skills like that either, but I have ideas. Well, I love here. Yeah, Doug, I really appreciate you sending me those videos and stuff. I would really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for offering. Sponge Solo says, I feel like the videos van creation do well. Wait, did I misread what Sponge? Anyway. Oh, I misread it first time. It's fine. I thought Sponge said, I like the videos. You said I feel like the videos of van creation do well. Yeah. So, but I would be doing those videos with my, not just as build videos. It'd be my concept, my YouTube concept, which is that travel vlog meets variety show. So it's not going to be just a video about building a van, right? It's going to have other stuff in it. I'm going to give people what they want from the thumbnail real quick. But then I'm going to add other stuff they didn't know they were going to get. And a small percentage of them are going to say, wow, I'm hoping, wow, it's cool. He's doing this other stuff. Oh, he plays music. Or, oh, he's going to tell stories. Or, oh, he does these weird, he's got a talking robot? He's sitting in the van and he's trying to decide what to put for insulation. And his talking robot is saying you should put bunny rabbits as insulation. And he's saying, no, that's horrible. And then the talking robot says, I will crush you for denying me putting bunny rabbits as insulation. Key scores, I have less than 0 skills if that were possible. Negative build skills. I screw up stuff. So when I try to build stuff, I always mess it up. My biggest fear about the build is putting in the fan. Because you have to cut a square hole in your van. You have to, oh, that's terrifying. That's a terrifying thought, to have to cut. I just know I'll cut the hole too big or something, or I'll crack the van in half. It'll be like a Buster Keaton type movie, or Wile E. Coyote. I cut out the square, right? But instead of the square falling, the whole van falls, and the square is just floating in air. That's what's gonna happen to me. But I think the van build, some of it I'm going to really need to plan in advance. But some aspects, like originally I was thinking I need to just have I want to have it all done right away. But then I was thinking, like the roof, the solar and all that, because I have some pretty complicated ideas for what I want. Because I want some filmmaking stuff up there too. I want to be able to pull out rods from different sides of the van, so I could attach lights to the rods, or attach cameras. So there's some complicated stuff I want to do. And now I'm thinking that I don't actually build the solar in the roof right away. What I do is I just get the super powerful battery, and I just charge it every 4 days or whatever, And then once I have a better idea, then I'll build the roof with the solar. Doug wonders if anyone else noticed the kid was talking about cutting a square while motion a circle. See, I'm in trouble, Doug. I'm really in trouble. Muse, have faith in yourself. You made the most high-tech show with FileMaker. Don't get harder than that. You knew it of what that as well when you started out. Yeah, I think I could stumble through it. And again, this is where improv is such a valuable in a way, a skill. I don't really look at it as a skill, but it is a skill. Is that improv teaches you that things go wrong, things are unexpected, and it's not fun sometimes, but you can figure out a way to deal with it. If I cut a hole that's a little too big, there's other people have done that. I'm sure there's a way to deal with it. It's not ideal. It'll hurt the value of the van probably, but it's survivable. But thank you, Moody. Thanks. A cool reason I feel like some billionaire like Jeff Bezos will see kids show and be hammered on a 10,000 bottle of wine. And he's like, I'm going to give this guy $5 million, buy an RV, man. Gas is on me for the next 10 years. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't need 5 million. I wouldn't know. But I've said this before, but it's crazy how close we have been to this being sustainable for a long term. There have been stretches where if I weren't in debt, I could have, if that income had been consistent, it would have worked forever, So I really think that if we could ever get to the point, which now seems so far away, I really think if we could ever get viewership to 100 even, there'd be no problem keeping the show going until I'm 80, no problem. And it might even be possible at 50 or 60, because there was a period where 50 to 60 I was doing totally fine, except for the debt payments. But that aside, but if it hadn't been for the debt. So that's why I think it's one of the reasons why, even though from a rational point of view, I should give up. From a rational point of view, I should absolutely give up. Like anyone looking at this from a purely rational standpoint, I should, it's been 5 years. And we had more viewers 3 months after I started streaming than we do now, So from a rational point of view, it's not meant to be. I don't mean it's a failure. It's been an incredible success in terms of experience for me and all of us, right? But in terms of it being something I can do and have a real life at the same time, from a rational point of view, the answer is no. It's not possible. But I'm unwilling to accept that. So that's why the van thing's happening. That shows the extent to which I'm unwilling to accept reality. Vita says, I'm going to give Kid a rocket. I bet if you had 5 million, you could easily spend all on the show and buy just one shirt. But I'm in, and it's I'm single. I have no offspring. I don't even have a Jiffy, or I don't have a. So I can do this. I can do this right now. I could live in a van, and I honestly, when I first started thinking about it, it felt like desperation. It felt like this is my only option. I have no other option. If I'm gonna keep, and it's not, for me, it's not just about the show. It's really bigger than that. It's like, can I still have a life where most of my time I'm spending doing creative things? That's the sort of existential thing, is that I need that. But it was desperation at first, But then the more I thought about it, and the more I realized that a lot of the things that have made life difficult the last 5 years, a lot of things I've wanted to do that I haven't been able to do, this solves so many problems. And it went from being something that I was sort of like desperation to something that now I'm very excited about and looking forward to. And I have lots of apprehensions about it, for sure. But I have a very different attitude about it than when I first started thinking about it. I think I would love to have a dog in my life again, a new friend, a new furry friend. But I think that I think I'm just not it's not right. I should not. My head is not in the right place to do it yet. And it will, it complicates van life. Many van lifers have dogs, but so what I could see is if I were gonna if I do this for a year and I'm loving it and I feel like I can do it either for a few more years or indefinitely, then maybe at that point. You just consider me your furry friend until then. I get the coverage. Does you can always offer your services as a dog walker. You're on show days. I mean, my plan B that I was thinking about. I think I thought I talked about it a while in the past. My plan B was before I was thinking about the van was that I would have to stop doing the looping show, and I would switch to storytelling, and get a job, get some sort of job. Like I was thinking about some. I mean, basically, I was thinking about stuff like being a night clerk at a hotel or a motel. The reason being, at least some night clerk jobs or what do they call it? Night auditors. There's actually not a lot of time where you don't have to work. You're just sitting around, which is perfect for me because I can work then my own stuff. So that's a plan C. That's a plan C. But I can envision doing a job while doing storytelling. I can't do it for the music show. It's already been really hot. One of the most difficult things the last 5 years is that I haven't been able to practice those instruments because I knew that my practicing was not going to help the show. And I had to focus my energies on things that were going to help the show. Practicing helps me, doesn't help the show. And so adding a job as well, and then I'm not only am I not able to practice, I'm not able to add new things to the show, I'm not able to do anything. It would be really bad for me. So because I did that in 2018. I worked for 6 months. I was doing freelance filmmaking, and that was rough. It was really rough. But I could totally see doing a job while doing storytelling, because the job, in a way, if I do the right kind of job, it's great for storytelling, right? It's great for storytelling. Seeing people of all sorts of people and weird interactions, that's all good. Corey thought you said night court. Spy says, what about music lessons, like teaching kids? My plan D. I mean, honestly, I always only really have a plan A. I mean, that's how I live life. I have a plan A, but that's it. But, I mean, in terms of psychologically, the only way I can give myself is if I only have one option, really. I can't split myself. But that being said, plan D would be teaching elementary school but not music. I would probably teach. I think I would really enjoy teaching a lot. I think I would hate the bureaucracy. That would be really tough for me, having to deal with principal and parents and all that. But the interacting with kids, I would love that. I mean, you know, I don't actually really, I'm not really interested in teaching music at all, because I'm not, that the part of music that I care about is expression, which is not something that is really taught. People teach theory, people teach technical skills, and I just don't find that very stimulating. If I could teach expression, I would do that every once in a while. If there are people who want, but it's such a vague thing. I think most people don't ever even think about that. It's not something with a standard syllabus. It's not you don't go to, yeah. I have taught some music lessons when I was much younger, but it's probably not for me. But I do love working with kids. Pie. Cool reason I felt it would be the guy that changed it from being recorders and instrument to kazoos. Yeah, when I'm sitting on the see, I measured. I'm sitting on the floor. My height, I'm about I think around 36 inches tall. I mean, I don't know how accurate. I just had a tape measure. So if I'm 36 inches tall, sitting on the floor, and I've got that's um, that's almost I'm gonna have almost 2 feet above my head if I have this one van versus if it's one of the newer Connects or a ProMaster, it's going to only be a foot. I was also looking recently at the Mercedes Metris, but it's a lot more expensive and it is bigger. It has a lot more cubic footage than the ProMaster City or the Transit Connect, but it's a lot more expensive, and it's actually not as tall as the 2010, 2013 Transit Connect inside. It's around, I think it's 55 inches inside versus 59 inches in the Transit Connect, early model. If the green screen thing works, it's gonna be killer. It's gonna be killer. The green screen in the windshield, it's gonna be so cool. It's gonna be so cool. The things I can do with that. Because I think just flat, boring just a flat green screen is just not interesting. But when it's the windshield, because you've seen those vans you mentioned here in EU for 2,000, 3,000, 100,000 miles. Yeah, you can't get those here for that price. I think you could. I think I saw someone who got one of these for like 4,000 or 5,000 a couple of years ago. So, I mean, the problem is that it is the one the one I'm talking about is, I think it's one of the most popular ones to use for camper van conversions because it's so tall. But it is only 3 years. Was that or 4, 2, 10, 11, 12? What do you math? 4 years. It's just, and there's been nothing since. It would be really nice to it'd be really nice to be able to own the van in full and not have van payments. But I mean, the crazy thing is that even for me, living in a van is still going to cost. I'm still going to have to, I'm going to have to make still. What did I figure out? I'm gonna need to make at least $30,000 a year, even living in a van. Because there's so many expenses, you know. I mean, the internet is going to be somewhere between $200 and $500 a month in order to have reliable internet that I can do the show from. You know, and then van payment and car insurance, and then show expenses are pretty sizable. I still have college loans. I have debt payments. And this is still paying minimum amount of my debt, which means I'll never get out of debt. So it's sort of crazy that you can move into a van and still need to make 30,000. I mean, and that's optimistic, probably at least 35. Oh, good night, Cool Breeze, and thanks so much for the donation earlier. Thank you. I'm probably gonna end pretty soon too. I need to start getting ready for bed soon myself. So yeah, it's a little stressful. It's a lot stressful because realistically, this show is not going to be generating enough in a month to cover my expenses, even at that rate by January, if not sooner. So that's why I really need to, why I'm intending to really front load the YouTube stuff. Because I don't have time for the YouTube thing. If it's gonna help, it's gonna help. It gotta help real fast, like real fast. So I can't be putting up one video a week and hoping something happens. I gotta be giving everything I have to just getting good content, not just content, but good content up at least 5 to 7 times a week for the first 3 or 4 months at least. You said just checked U.S. Customs. If you import a car, you pay 2.5% duty on a car plus $800 for some stuff, unless it's a racing car. I wonder how much does it cost to ship it though? It must cost a fair amount to just randomly ship it. My taxes will be almost nothing. So I got that going for me. Well, that's not totally true. See, every year I pay way more in Social Security, and the FICA or whatever it is. I pay very little income tax, but I will be paying almost zero. Next year I'll probably pay zero income tax. Because I'm gonna have so many expenses. Because I'll be spending all that money. And then you can do mileage deductions, right? You can deduct 55 cents a mile if it's for business. And almost everything I'm going to be doing is for business because it's my job. I'm going to be I'll be traveling to film videos, which is my business. So that's a lot I can deduct off my taxes. Because if I'm doing, let's say I'm doing 50 miles on average a day, 365. That's 18,000 miles times 55 cents. And then it'd be almost 10,000 I can deduct off my taxes. Doc says I don't want a car if he's got duty all over it. He says it costs $900 to $2,100 a 20-foot container. Yeah, I think I'd be. It's for me. I mean, that by buying a vehicle is gonna be the biggest purchase of my life, which I guess it is for most people until they buy a house, right? Trying to think the most expensive thing I've ever personally purchased. I don't think I've personally purchased anything that's more than $2,000, maybe $1,500. When I had a business, we bought some things. We bought a $10,000 camera, which is probably worth. I don't have it. My partner, the business doesn't exist anymore. My partner has it. It's probably only worth $500 now. Doug's his college education. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I had no money, so I fortunately I didn't have to spend very much, and I didn't have to take on that much loans. Actually, I mean, I still have them, but I was very fortunate because But yeah, I guess college. Well, college, I definitely had to spend more than 2,000 on college. So yeah. What's the most expensive thing you've purchased and returned? Oh, definitely over $2,000. Definitely. I don't know why. I'm sure I've purchased cameras that are over 2,000. I'm sure I've purchased. I've probably purchased synthesizers over $2,000. Definitely. But probably not over 3,000. I don't know. It's scary. Even if you intend to return it, it's pretty scary to have that much on a credit card. I'm gonna get I like I was saying, I want to get a 4K camera. I think I have enough little things to sell that I have a bunch of camera gear I can sell, and I think it'll be enough to cover the camera that I get. I'm selling a bunch of stuff. I've just put a bunch of stuff on Craigslist. I have two racks. Does anyone know what racks are? Music racks. I've got a 12 space rack and a 10 space rack that I'm selling at huge losses because nobody wants to buy a used rack. Well, actually, yes, they do, but nobody, at least in New Mexico, nobody wants it, apparently. I'm selling a PA, pair of speakers and an amp, which I've been hauling around for, 25 years, and I've used them 6 times maybe. What else am I selling? Those are the big things. It'll be nice to get. I'm trying to get rid of as many big stuff as I can that I definitely don't need anymore. I want to have as little as possible. I have a guitar amp that I used for the Rhodes back in the day, and I don't know why. I don't know why. I haven't used it in forever, but I'm sort of resisting selling it, but I should sell it because I'm not going to use it. That's the only other big thing left, I think. Oh well, and I'll sell this. Definitely going to sell that. I really don't want to sell the Rhodes unless I'm desperate. Sort of, it's like if it's sort of decided between continuing to do music or sell the Rhodes, I'll sell the Rhodes. You know, but otherwise, I'm not going to sell the Rhodes. But there's no point in having the Rhodes if I'm not playing music anymore, you know. So I'd rather sell the Rhodes and keep playing music a little longer if I have to. And then most of my instruments are not worth much anyway. They're just not. It's not even worth selling them. The only thing on the wall that would be worth much is the soprano sax, and even that is probably worth not isn't. And maybe it's worth $1,000. But the trumpet and the baritone are both student model. They're like elementary school horn. They're sort of that level. So the baritone's, I don't know, the baritone probably is worth, but the baritone is a family thing, so I'm not going to sell the baritone. And the trumpet, I'm not going to sell those. Those are both my dad's. He gave them to me, so I'm not going to sell them. Does his wish he could fit the Rhodes in? Yeah, I still, maybe I have more space than I think and I can fit in. The other thing I might do, Doug, is, because I agree, that's the hardest thing for me to let go of, to not have. But one thing I might do is, put it in storage, and then since I love the Southwest, and I think I'm going to spend the majority of my time in the Southwest, maybe every once in a while I take it out of storage for a week, and I just find a way to fit it in the van, for a week, so we can enjoy it, and then I put it back in storage. And he said, I lost a ring once, bought a metal detector, found the ring with the metal detector, and promptly returned the metal detector. I know I should maybe feel some. I worry a lot about ethics. I think a lot about ethics and stuff like that. And there are a lot of things that other people don't have a problem with, but I do with. Meaning I don't feel comfortable doing certain things, right? I don't have a problem with buying and returning stuff if it's some big corporation. I couldn't care less. Honestly, I don't care. I don't care because I also know that that return policy. Sometimes they lose money on it, but they're taking a calculated risk. They know that some people are going to buy stuff intending to return it and are not going to. And they know that some people are going to buy stuff or whatever. I feel zero moral issues with that. Now, would I do that to some small business? No, I wouldn't. But some big company, I don't care. Amazon? Are you kidding? Do I care about? No, I don't. Sorry, Amazon. I know you're technically my boss. Doug said there goes the corporate sponsorship deal. As he said, the Vuzeo could be auctioned off. Hey, Nick Porcelito, thanks for the raid. Thank you. We're just hanging out. I should change out of the music category. So we're not doing music. We're just hanging out, but welcome. I hope you had a good stream. I should change to just chatting, even though I should really end in about 10 minutes. Oh, let's just stay in music. It's nicer people in music, anyway, than just chatting. Hey, Marked Up Cyborg. Welcome back. But yeah, about the auctioning off the Vuvuzela. I think there's gonna be a lot of fun stuff. I think. You caught in between songs, yeah. Oh, I'm done for the night doing music, yeah. But we're talking about Nick. We're talking about if you haven't heard, my plan is to I'm gonna be moving the show into a van and living in a van. And so, but it's in the future. Oh, you were yeah, you did hear about it, yeah. So we're just talking about that, yeah, we're just talking about that. I might change my mind. It might be an RV. I don't know, but that's a lot more money. That's probably not realistic. But yeah, I think there could be a lot of fun ways to help raise money for the show once I'm on the road. Just, because I'm going to have no space, so anything I get for filmmaking purposes, for a special video, I'm not going to be able to keep. So if I get new wardrobe for Tubi, our robot, I don't know, maybe someone would have fun buying a shirt that Tubi wore. I don't know, maybe not, but well, I don't know. Maybe I'm delusional, but Niggs is going to need a big van. Oh, I'm not bringing almost anything you see. It'd basically be me and a laptop. No, I'm going to bring some of the smaller instruments, but not any of the big gear. Yeah. Oh, you were jamming on an RC505. That's a looper, right? A loop pedal. I've never used one of those. That's one of the main things people will loop on, right? I've never used one. Good night, Zimchuk. Zimchuk, great to see you. Take care. Musically, we have Grump in the ear window, staring at drivers getting too close. That's a good idea. I might have. What about the drive? I won't have a rear view. I won't have a window in the back. That'll be the only windows will be in the. If I get the vehicle I'm talking about, the only windows will be the driver and passenger window and the windshield. So, which is, since I almost never drive, that makes me anxious. I look. I'm seriously thinking about. I'm in New Mexico, Nick. Yeah, I'm seriously thinking about getting one of those 360-degree camera systems. I mean, that's an extra expense, but I'm real apprehensive about the driving and my abilities to not do something idiotic. So they make those 360-degree cameras, so you can have a little you can have a TV, so you can see as you're driving back, or you can see as you're trying to make your turns and stuff. That's what I'm most worried about, is changing lanes. I hate changing lanes so much on the highway when there's traffic. Oh, I hate it so much. Now, anyone who thinks I'm crazy, you have to understand this. So I'm very old, as you can tell, right? I've been on this planet for a very long time. I've had a driver's license for many decades. But of those many decades of a driver's license, I've only had probably 3 years where I actually had access to a vehicle. So, meaning the vast majority of the time, I was living in Boston, I lived in the Boston area for almost 17 years. And there's great public transportation. I biked everywhere. And then every once in a while I'd get a Zip car or I'd rent a, Enterprise and go, but so I've driven extremely little in my life. And I am very, I have anxieties about my life negatively impacting other people's lives. Like me getting in an accident. I'm not worried about me dying in an accident. If that happens, that happens. I'm worried about hurting other people. That's what bothers me. So yeah. It's unlikely. This whole van thing is very unlikely for that reason. Very unlikely. Because I do not like driving at all. Andy says I'm getting Muppet School Bus Vibes ideas. Well, we're gonna have Tubi. Tubi's gonna be on the bus. Tubi's over there, so I'm talking about. And I'm thinking about doing, I think it'd be fun to do some puppet stuff. I've never done puppetry, but I think it might be fun to do a little bit. I'm thinking the vehicle itself is going to be a character in this YouTube series I'm starting. And I think it's going to be there's so many fun possibilities. And again, I think one of the things that's made me get really excited about all this is the way in which I see so many different things that y'all can be a part of in terms of the creativity that goes into this YouTube series. In terms of brainstorming, in terms of just actually helping me create content that I'm going to use. I think and I'm really lucky, YouTube can be a brutal place. I'm really lucky to have our community in it that can be, can bring that positivity to YouTube comments. And I'm really excited, we have, it's always, it's funny when we raid channels and people are like, oh, you've got 17,000 followers. And you raided with 20 people? Well, I've been on here for 5 years, and but we have this big greater community of people who a lot of people don't watch as much as they used to, which I understand. And so I'm looking for. I feel like I feel like the YouTube thing is going to be a way to involve them again, and they might not watch this show anymore, which is fine. But I think this will be something that I think that a lot of them will be excited about. And it's not like a 4-hour investment like a stream is, right? It's a 10-minute video every once in a while. So because I think I don't know if there's streamers in chat. Well, I know for many people, there's a lot of people in chat who've been here for a while, and it's hard for me, and I'm sure it's hard for y'all when we have people we love that are in the community who, for whatever reason, life happens and they can't watch as much or whatever, and it's tough. I totally understand it, and I'm amazed that y'all put up with me as long as you do, but it's still sad when we don't see people, and it's always really, really happy to when people come back after being gone a while. Nick says, "Good luck with a van with no windows. They're tough." Yeah. Well, I'm looking at getting a very small van. That's the secret to this whole plan. I'm essentially gonna, the plan. Again, lots might change. This is still realistically between 4 to 6 months away. But yeah, right now I'm planning on getting essentially a minivan. Media says lane changes are just as easy as key changes. It's all about the pivots and being dominant. I don't like asserting dominance over other people. I also don't like being dominated. I've said this before. I don't personally, I don't believe in looking up to anybody, and I don't believe in looking down on anybody. Yeah, I really think we can learn. There are people I can learn from, and there are people they have qualities that I admire. But I really try to see the world as flat. I try to see the world as flat. And that we all have strengths and weaknesses. And I think, especially, some of that is from seeing it in myself and knowing that a lot of the things some of the qualities that maybe other people admire about me, there's another side to it. There's a dark side. So, I think it's a lot better to admire qualities and say, I really like how that person has this quality. I admire that quality. Then because I've said this before, I think, one of the reasons we have situations like Bill Cosby or, other celebrities but he's one of the best examples, is that he was so deified. He was so deified that it was unimaginable that someone like that could do something bad, right? Because a good person can't do something bad. right? And on the other side of that is saying that if someone's bad, they can't do anything good. I think that's a really destructive way of looking at the world, deciding that somebody is good or bad. I think we need to say that quality is good or that quality is bad. And maybe that quality is so bad they need to go to jail for the rest of their life. So that quality never is ever used. But it is, I think many, if not most, if not almost every problem in our world is because we look around each other and say that person's good, that person's bad. Because if you say someone is bad, then you can justify doing bad things, right? People do that all the time. That person's bad, so it's okay to do something horrible to them. It also makes us blind to people who have done bad things, but have actually tried to redeem themselves, tried to change, tried to do good things. And we're unable to see that because we've decided they're this. Anyway, enough of that. I'm starting to sound like a preachy. I don't like sounding preachy. Oh, why did I start saying this all? I don't even know why I went on this track. Anyway, sorry about that. As he said, a unimog would be large enough for the Rhodes. What's a unimog? I don't know what that is. It's an off-road van. Yeah, for me doing the smaller vehicle, the reason there's so many reasons, but it was not necessarily forever, right? If the van life thing is great, if I love it and I feel like I can do this a long time, I'd much rather start smaller and get bigger. You know, I'd much rather, I in life, I've always felt much better about, this is not necessarily a good way to live, but there's times where this is very useful. I would always rather suffer today in some way than suffer tomorrow. The problem with that way of living, right, is that if you always say I'm gonna suffer today so I don't have to tomorrow, and you never get to tomorrow, right? That's the risk of it. And I've certainly, that negative way of being has impacted me. But in other ways, in some instances in my life, it's worked out awesome doing that. So anyway, I always want to start with less so that I can eventually, if that makes sense. It's so much more difficult going backwards. You know, mentally it was very difficult for me to move from California and having a huge studio space to this. The funny thing is that as soon as I got here, almost instantly I felt fine about it. But it was the thought, right? It was the thought of feeling like I'm going backwards. I don't like going backwards. I'd rather start and walk just tiny steps than start really here and then have to go back, you know? That's just my, but anyway, so that, yeah, I'd rather start small and then who knows, maybe in a year, it's like, yeah, I've done so much driving, I'll feel super lackadaisical, just blasé about the road. I'll be like this, not even looking, just talking to Tubi. Doing lane changes just by the feel of it. Just sensing it, just feeling the vibrations from the road, I'll feel the other cars in my the vibrations through the seat in my seat, from the seat. But to start, I'm going to be like this. So start small. That's a big relief. But also the financial thing is big, is really big. The financial and if I have a smaller vehicle, it means I'm going to do less of a build, which means I don't have to spend less money on the build. Smaller vehicle means better gas mileage. These smaller vans are it's not crazy better, but it's better. And if I'm driving a lot, that adds up. I'm spending less on the van to start with because it's smaller. So that's why I'm leaning. And there's some other reasons too I forgot, but I might change my mind. We'll see. It's all theoretical. It's easy to say all this until I really, finish my mock-up and actually try to do it. It may just be that it's impossible and I need to do something bigger. I should probably wind down because I still have my post-show stuff to do, which takes somewhere between 10 and 30 minutes to do. Any last questions? My migraine's is basically gone. So thanks everybody for letting me hang out and distract myself and let it go away. So I'll be able to sleep okay. And then hopefully I don't have another one tomorrow. Doug says, fridge or freezer or combo? Good question. I am leaning fridge only. My reason for that is that I think I will eat healthier with a fridge than I would if I have a freezer. I have eaten a lot of frozen food in my life. So, but yeah, a fridge, not a cooler of ice. I definitely want a fridge. Yeah. But unless I'm going to eat frozen meals, I have no reason for a freezer. I've never been an ice guy. I don't use ice ever. When I'm at a restaurant, well, some of it is I feel like they rip you off, so I always say no ice because I don't want to pay for ice. They save so much money by filling your drinks with ice, right? And the ice takes up 80% of the volume of your glass. You know what I mean? I don't want to pay for ice. I'll drink my lukewarm soda. I mean, I don't like soda that much either, so I don't drink. I pretty much just get water anyway. And I often don't get water. I don't want them to rip me off and put ice in my water either. I want to get a full glass. I don't want to have to keep calling them back to get more water. So it doesn't matter if it's free even. I don't want my ice. Do I not drink alcohol? I not really. No. I have, but the average person probably drinks more alcohol in a week than I have in my life. Is that maybe not a week, maybe a month? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a drinker. It's not that I'm sober or meaning the sober definition of that. I just it's not my thing. I'm fine with other people, but I didn't drink at all. I didn't drink a drop until my 30s. I mean, I had reasons. You don't go through adolescence. You don't go through your teen years. You don't go through being in rock bands, playing at clubs, and not drink unless you have a reason. It's not just this random thing. Oh, look at this. I'm 30. I've never drank. How'd that happen? But I'm not going to talk about it. Maybe someday I'll talk about that. It's a whole long thing. I'm not going to talk about it. I don't know if maybe in 10 years or 20 years I'll talk about it. Doug's confirmed kid is older than 30. Meaty says, yeah, it's like for me with alcohol, I would never ever think to drink on my own ever. It wouldn't even enter my mind. But it's possible I could. It's not that I might never again, and I would be totally fine, right? But I also, who knows? Maybe I'll be in a situation and I'll have a glass because I'm with other people. That's the situation. But it could just as easily be I never drink again. That's how it means absolutely nothing to me. Now sugar, oh, that's a different story. That's my vice. He says, I'm drink sober since 2008. I was a weird drunk. I got more and more well behaved. Sugar's my thing, but I'm way better than I used to be. I'm way better, and I really. One of my siblings warned me. They were concerned that because they've done some road tripping, way more than I have, and although I did tour with a band for a while, so I know what it's like, but they were concerned. It's just very hard to eat well on the road, and I don't want to eat badly. So I've started training in that area too. That's why some of y'all know I started eating kimchi. My new healthy thing I'm eating every day is, so I have a great breakfast. I've been eating oatmeal for breakfast for almost since I was 20 basically. Religiously. I eat oatmeal, and I put what's it called? Flaxseed, ground flaxseed, so I get my omega-3s, This is just pure goodness. I have eaten so much oatmeal, I'm so hardcore, I don't put sugar, I don't put salt, I don't put butter, I put nothing. It's just raw oats, and they're undercooked in a microwave. I used to eat a full cup, now I eat a half cup of oats. Old-fashioned, not quick oats. Half cup old-fashioned oats, 2 tablespoons of flaxseed. I put water in and I cook it for a minute. So it's not even really cooked. Anyway, for lunch, I've been loving this. It's so good. And I do it in the microwave because I'm lazy. Well, I'm not lazy. I just don't have any time. 2 eggs scrambled. I microwave that. And then I put in kimchi, 2 or 3 tablespoons of kimchi. And then some days I'm putting in some turkey or, tuna. I love it, and it's really healthy. John says, how do you do it in the microwave? The secret? Well, I think by most people's standards, it's not oatmeal that I'm eating, right? Because oatmeal, classic oatmeal, becomes one, right? It's one thing. It's porridge. It's just this amorphous thing. The oatmeal I eat, each individual piece is still alive. It is not the Borg, which is, I'm eating individual oats. No sugar, no salt, no butter, no nothing. I think I don't have much of a sense of taste at 6 a.m. in the morning. How are you doing, John? How are things? Music, can we call that Kimchi Kardashian? Good night, Nick. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for the raid. Stopping by. Have fun with your looper, with your pedal. John, you love Rhodes, so? Yeah, they're so healthy. They're so healthy. So yeah, we started this discussion because Doug was asking about fridge with a freezer or just a fridge or icebox. So yeah, I think I just want a fridge. And I eat I mostly eat raw vegetables. I eat a ton of raw spinach. Same deal. Y'all gonna hate. I don't put anything on my spinach. I don't put salad dressing I don't have time to make a salad, so I just, I just I just grab handfuls of spinach, stuff it in my mouth, and then if I'm feeling like it's hard to eat it, I might throw in some salted, what is it, pine nuts or no, what is it? I don't know, some sorts of nuts, you know. You've been busy. You're finding some free time. Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. I see some van lifers are using Instant Pots. So I've thought about maybe that. But they use more. It's going to be more power than the microwave because the microwave, it takes so little time. So it's not the microwave is a lot of watts, but I'm only microwaving for 60 seconds. My eggs I do for 90 seconds. The oatmeal is 60 seconds. It's just not that much electricity. But the Instant Pot would be great, and because the other thing I would really like, it would be really healthy, is just rice and beans and lentils type stuff, because that costs no money. Because that's the big thing, right? I need to spend as little as money as possible. But you can't But I would be eating real healthy, right? With that diet, lots of spinach. I like eating carrots a lot, and I've got the kimchi. I've got my probiotics, right, with the kimchi, the eggs, the oatmeal. That's a pretty. And then if I got beans and lentils, I'm real healthy. John says, "What's the time frame?" A lot of this is built around financial considerations. Ideally, the plan is to start a Kickstarter in December or around December, and to hopefully help fund it because I'm very limited. The reason I'm thinking of doing this was originally because of financial reasons. And then getting the van in January or February, spending a month or two building it, and then hitting the road in the spring. That's the plan. It might change, but I mean, even 3 or 4 weeks ago, this was not tentative. I was saying most likely, but y'all probably noticed in the last week, it is. I'm not saying most likely. It's like this is the plan. There's no other plan. This is it. this is how I keep everything going. I keep the show going. I keep doing what I want to do. This is it. This is the way. John, so when you microwave your eggs, do you do 30 seconds time? Yeah, I should have said that. I periodically open the microwave and I stir. Yeah. So it's 90 seconds, but I stir twice. I mean, honestly, if I were to suddenly, if like someone was saying earlier, if Jeff Bezos was to just give me $5 million tomorrow, honestly, I still would do this at this point. I think I've crossed the bridge mentally, where when I have an idea and I cross the bridge, or it's not that I've crossed the bridge, I'm halfway across the bridge. That's what it is. I'm halfway across the bridge. I have to get to the other side. That's where my brain is. I mean, I don't know, maybe $5 million is a lot of money, but so, I mean, with $5 million, I think what I would do is I would get myself a place permanent that I could do the show from, and I would get the vehicle. And maybe I wouldn't go full time in the vehicle, but I would be going out, at least I would go out, probably half the week every week for at least a while. I mean, it's just, I'm halfway across the bridge. Got to go to the other side. John says, cooking with ETC Kid. Yeah, I'm the most uninspiring culinary person. It's all about speed for me, right? I need to spend as little time as possible, spend as little money as possible. But, and this is new improved Kid. This is not me. In the past, it was just those two things, right? As fast as possible, as little money as possible. Now it's, and be healthy. being good is just, you can't have all of them, right? You can't have everyone. And then every once in a while, once a week, I'll go to a restaurant and it'll be nirvana, right? Because when you eat the same thing every day and then you get to go to a restaurant, oh, it tastes way better than for people who eat at a restaurant every day. So it might seem that I'm just embracing this very bleak, mundane, culinary lifestyle. But I'm telling you, when you eat a very regimented, same kind of diet, and then you go and get something different, it's amazing. It's amazing. Oh, and is Skyborg here? Oh, thanks, Skyborg. 51 months. 51. I can't believe we're at 51. Skyborg writes 5 and 1, 51 for fun. String of days coming together as one. Months and days, years and more coming in to get that ETC score. Like a drug, but the good kind. High to music and helps me rewind. John's fast chief we used to talk about. Oh, Muse is the Parabox slider reverse camera. Oh, that'd be so cool. I still want to get that. Bucks is buy a bigger van. Well, if okay, here's what would be different. Here's what would happen. If I had $5 million, I would get a bigger vehicle, and it would pull a smaller vehicle, so I've got flexibility. Okay, I have a lot of flexibility, and I would have a driver. I would have a driver who also is multi-skilled, that could do could help me with different things, could help me with filmmaking, be a camera operator. That would be I'd have a driver. That'd be amazing. And then I get a big vehicle. I'd be fine having a big vehicle if I had a driver. And I had all the money. Doc says, where do I fly? He says, you never update drivers. I know, I hate updating. And John said, add healthy and you're back to microwaving eggs. Yeah. Yeah, the microwaving part is not super healthy, I guess. It's not ideal, but again, you may have to make compromises. Oh, Duels is a driver who's also a guitarist. Yeah, that would be cool too. And I would pay even if I could afford to have an employee, you know what? They would make more money than I would. And I'm not just saying that. I started a company 10 years ago or something. And I had an employee for a couple of years and I paid them way more than I was making. It is so amazing having someone to help out. Because I value my time more than anything. From just not, not more than anything, but in terms of, say, money and time, not people, but money, time, possession, stuff like that. Time is possibility. Time is possibility. No time, no possibility. You can have lots of money, but if you have no time, so what? If you got lots of possessions, but no time to do anything with them, so what? If I got no possessions and no money, but I got time, I can sit cross-legged in the desert and I can come up with stories and just say them out loud. I can still do something if I got time. No matter what my circumstances are, I can have a life with time. I might have to make a lot of sacrifices, but I can do things when I've got time. So having help is the best. Speaking of which, I might be misremembering, so I apologize if I'm misremembering, but John, because we have a couple different Johns, and one of them has changed their username a few times. But one of our Johns, it might be you, John Simone. You used to have a different username. Helped me with a whole bunch of coding stuff, and I still am so grateful for it. That is you. Okay, good. So, and I'm so grateful for that. Like the amount of time John saved me. Oh, I'm so grateful for that. So grateful. Oh, you didn't help me with coding. Well, what did you help me with? Now I feel bad. You helped me with something. I'm grateful for whatever it was. Have two John. Wait, what did you help with? There's another John then that's changed their username. Well, thank you for whatever it was. I'm sorry that I'm not remembering it. But thank you. Skyward says, not about unhealthy. I've never had a microwave egg that ate right. Texture's always off. Oh, you have no idea. I'm sure you helped with something. I'm sure you did. Everyone in chat has helped me in some way. Just by being here, y'all are helping. Just by being here. You know, Skyborg, I think I'm lucky. I just haven't eaten. I've never had the time to scramble eggs for myself. I don't have like a strong idea for what eggs are supposed to be. So I just can accept, I'll say, hey, it's better than what I was eating otherwise, you know? So you're probably right. What I'm eating is most people would hate, but for me, the fact that I'm putting the effort in to mix ingredients, to take the time to mix ingredients, again, it's not that I'm lazy. It's this is how stressed I am about time. And why I cannot spend any more time than I do on that stuff because I've got so many other things that are critical. Thanks, John. I'm enjoying chatting too much. I need to stop soon. It is now past my bedtime. I mean, I often stay up past my bedtime, but I'm really trying to be more disciplined. Any last thoughts or questions or comments? Anyone want to say what you're doing tomorrow? If you have fun plans tomorrow? What am I doing tomorrow? Project X. Project X and, I need to go through all my hard drives, which is like 50. Because I have all my backups here, which is the cardinal rule of backups, is you don't have all your backups in one place, right? When I lived in California, I had my studio and I had the house. Well, I mean, I had a room in a house. I was renting a room in a house, and I had hard drives in both places. But then, the safe with all the hard drives got stolen actually at the house. But so I need to go through all the backups. I just want to, I need to spin those hard drives up, get them spun, make sure all the drives working, and then I'm gonna get a safe deposit box at a bank and put hard drives in there. And that's going to get rid of a huge box. I'm just trying to get rid of as much as I can out in preparation. Skybrooks says, honestly, not much more time to scramble eggs in a pan. I used to do a lot of them in a small pan when I was in the military. There's almost nothing that sticks if you use a knob. But is it 90 seconds? It's more than 90 seconds, isn't it? To scramble eggs in a pan? Because that's what we're working on, 90 seconds. We got to beat 90. Maybe if I had 2 minutes, maybe I'd be willing to do it on the stove for 2 minutes. John's going to bike tomorrow. You got tendonitis. Oh, that's rough. Muty's going to watch a football match and then complain about it all day. Oh, Dark says, depends if you have gas or electric range. Which is fast? Is electric faster or is gas faster? See, this is what I don't know. I'm assuming electric is faster. See, in a van, electric isn't practical for a stove. It'd be propane. Gas is faster. So's what I know. And he said, I wish you the best in the van life. Kickstarter stretch goal for the 360 cam sounds great. Yeah. Thanks, Eddie. I think it's gonna be a big change for the show. I think. Well, we'll be there. I mean, it's gonna feel very different because most of the shows, realistically, are gonna be inside of the van, right? Realistically. So that's gonna be it'd be different, but. But I'm hopeful it won't feel like a downgrade. I'm hopeful that for y'all and for me, I'm hopeful that the fact that I'm going to be revitalized with out in the world, seeing interesting things, meeting people, and the YouTube thing is, I think, going to be a lot of fun things that we can do on the Twitch show that will integrate with YouTube. I'm hoping it'll still be a. Skyward says, little program range less than 2 minutes, you can have 2 cooked eggs. How about oatmeal? Can I cook oatmeal in 90 seconds on a stove? I mean, it would seem if you can do eggs in 90 seconds, I should be able to do oatmeal. My style oatmeal, which is just making it warm. All I'm doing is warming it up and making I'm making the flakes wet. So that they're chewy, so they're not dry. That's all I'm doing. They're absorbing some of the water, so they're easy to eat. So yeah, maybe I should do the propane stove. They're really cheap, right? They're $20. You can get a propane stove for like $20. And I think it's a bunch of van lifers, they use their propane stoves to heat their van. Now they make sure they have ventilation, but Muta says, show us how free we could truly be if we were all as brave as you. Show us how freedom tastes. I know, Muta, you could tell. You've lived, didn't you say you spent some time, didn't you say you went around, maybe you said it was a train, I can't remember. You said you did a bunch of traveling in your youth, right? I'm sure you could do it again. Skyrick's the same pan, a cup of water, it's still boiling inside of 30 seconds. Add oatmeal. You did Eastern Europe in a van. One of the reasons, I wasn't always so stressed about time. I've always been obsessed with time since I was a teenager. I started counting hours as a teenager. I started tracking my hours as a teenager, probably around I was 14 or 15. So I've been obsessed since then, but the worrying about 30 seconds, and this is not to say that I'm relentlessly efficient. I certainly still waste time sometimes. I don't want it to seem like I do waste time. But when I waste time, I generally want to waste time, if you know what I mean. I want to really revel in wasting time. I want to do something that has no value whatsoever because I'm so tired. So I don't think it's not a good quality. This is not a good thing but it's my reality right now. And I'm trying to make it as healthy as I can. But anyway, I think I might be more open to cooking if the cooking is happening right next to where I'm working. Where I'm right at the computer editing, and all I have to do is glance over and I turn it on and I can keep editing the YouTube video or whatever I'm working on. And I set an alarm for 30 seconds because otherwise it will burn. Maybe I'll become a chef because I can multitask, just with my alarm. Dualis's cooking stream went. I should do a video teaching people the proper way to do a peanut butter and honey sandwich. Because there's a wrong way of doing it and there's a right way. The wrong way of doing a peanut butter and honey sandwich is putting peanut butter on one side of the bread and honey on the other side. So you have peanut butter and honey. That is wrong. That's not peanut butter and honey sandwich. That's peanut butter and honey bread sandwich because the honey totally leaks into the bread. So you just have honey bread and then a piece of bread with peanut butter on it. A peanut butter and honey sandwich. You put peanut butter on both sides of the bread. Then you put honey in between. That honey stays honey. It doesn't just leak into the peanut butter. It remains gooey honey. And so you bite into it. And when you bite into it, that honey dribbles. Dribbles liquid gold onto your tongue. You like the texture, John likes the texture of honey bread. I'm being a little melodramatic. Of course, there's many right ways. But for me, there's only one right way. Scott says, but that crunch from honey-soaked bread? Crunch? Well, that's if... Well, you're talking about you make that sandwich, you eat it 5 hours later, right? Is that what you're talking about, Skyborg? Because you don't get that crunch if you do it right away, right? I remember. It's been a long time since I've had the sandwich in the baggie. It's been a long time. No, I eat that thing right away. I make it and I eat it. I'm eating it almost as I'm making it. Oh, I still have the end of the show stuff to do. I mean, I don't even mean my post-show after the show ends. I still have the ending show stuff. I should do that, right? We got thank yous and stuff. I mean, this is what if you put honey outside and inside peanut butter. That would be, that I prove that. If you make honey bread, if you do bread, honey, peanut butter, honey bread, I approve that. I would never have the patience or time to do that, but that's even better. That's even better. That's the supreme. That's supreme, yeah. Oh, you toast it, Skyborg. Yeah, I don't toast. I don't have time for that. That sounds good, though. That sounds good. I've never tried that. I might try that. Yeah. No, I like the gooey, sort of how bread, I like my sort of moist, gooey, real doughy bread. I dig my doughy bread. Oh, and Light Lord Steve, sorry, I've been missing things in chat, but if you're still here, Light Lord Steve, thank you so much. 28 months. Thank you. Hopefully you're still here. Sorry I missed it. Functionally Dog says toast doesn't take much time because you can do something else while it toasts. I know. I actually do make myself cinnamon toast every once in a while. But in general, Functionally Dog, the way my life is right now, if I can eat something without doing any more work, I will. So that's why I'm probably not going to toast something. And usually when I eat cinnamon toast, I don't toast it. I don't put butter on it. I just take a piece of bread and I put sugar on it. I'm not recommending anyone else do this. I'm just saying that's where my head is at. John says, have you tried things like Soylent? I definitely looked into it. I'm a little... I don't totally trust it because I think we still just don't understand nutrition very well. And I from what I've, I think in general nutritionists are pretty skeptical about Soylent. So I love the idea of it. If I could be confident that I was genuinely getting a really healthy, balanced diet, I would consider it. But it's still pretty expensive, And the way I eat is very, very inexpensive. Johnson, I bots made it, my body didn't agree with it. Skyward says, if you're van lifing it, you'll have time. Toss a slice of your campaign while you're getting your honey and PB out. It's like one on a toaster. Well, I'll only have time if I could work at the same time. I mean, what I am planning is going to be psychically, mentally, far more difficult than anything I've ever done in my life. And I'm very used to working 13 to 16 to 17, 18 hours a day for 5 years now. But it's what I'm doing I'm going to do it. I'm going to have to figure out how to do it, but I'm going to be even more, I might be even more stressed about time than I am now. But this is one of my weird sort of thing is that that's what one of the appeals of doing this YouTube stuff is that everything can be content, which I also don't like that. I think it's really unhealthy in some ways, right? That's one of the big problems about social media. But in this case, I sort of need to do this. It's not just, I'm not doing this because I want to have an Instagram life. I don't want to have this, I don't want to show life. That's never appealed to me, right? To show life to other people, to somehow get some sort of validation. It's that I'm realizing that maybe the best way for me to be able to continue to live the life that I want to, I'm going to have to show more of my life. I don't know how else to do it. I don't have any other ideas at this point, basically. But I'm apprehensive about that. That's why this YouTube thing, I'm leaning heavily on the variety show thing, because that I feel a lot more comfortable with than the travel vlogging. But I know that the travel vlogging is really going to be the hook. That's going to be sort of theoretically the guaranteed audience. They might not find me appealing, but that I know there's an audience for that. I don't have any confidence that there's an audience for the creative stuff that I want to do. That doesn't hurt my ego. I don't care. From an ego point, I could care less about that. But from a pragmatic point of view, I need to figure out something so I can keep doing it. But yeah, I've taught my favorite leisure activity is to go outside. I love being outside. And that's one of the things I've missed so much is not being able to do that very much and just not be able to, I'm so under so much pressure. I just can't justify going outside very often. I just can't. And that's what's one of the things I'm looking forward to so much is I can go outside, and the way I can justify it in my brain is, well, I can make a video, I can do something that's going to help me be able to keep doing all this. And ultimately, hopefully, things will work out, and I'll be able to just do it for fun. I'll be able to just go outside. I'll be able to make an omelet for fun, But until then, I gotta live my crazy way that I live, or rob a bank, and I'm not gonna rob a bank. Don't worry. Doug says you get over the time factor once you sit in hours, traffic hours end. Well, I don't think I want to drive more than an hour a day, max. And maybe that might be too much. I don't want to drive. I hate. You have to deal with traffic a lot, right, Doug? Because you're driving around making service calls. Oh, yeah, that would be tough. Hey, Brother Wayne. Thank you. Welcome, Brother Wayne. As he says, the trail vlog stream was fascinating. Yeah, those are real. I love those. So much fun. So much fun. Doug, you drive constantly. Muty says Tubi could rob a bank. Yeah, Tubi, can't you just like empty someone's Bitcoin wallet or something? No, I don't want. I don't want that. Yeah, good to see you, Brother Wayne. How are things? Our show is live from Portraits from yesterday. I only did 4 songs, but hopefully they were okay songs. We did Masterpieces of the Margins, Relativistic Love, Hypnotical Beats, and we ended on Falling Awake. Oh, and when did that happen? Oh, that must have been the other day. When I do when I start talking, doing talk streams, I don't have all my, everything's a little different, so I missed all sorts of stuff. I apologize if I missed anything I should have said. Oh, and Hoover misnamed their sound Holographic Romance Undulations. And there was a no drums that I'm pretty sure that was Cobra that unlocked that the other day. So we'll save that for Cobra. Is there anyone I didn't say hi to who's here? I think I said hi to everybody who's written in chat. Brother Wayne said, I like the way you break things down. I think that's very good for this channel. Oh, thank you. Let's do our thank yous. And y'all can still derail me. I mean, I need to go to bed, but I also am really enjoying hanging out since my migraine's gone now, I think. And I also don't want to do my post-show stuff. I'm procrastinating. Man, talk streamers have it so easy. So easy. Doing the looping show takes so much energy, right? Not the music. The music doesn't take energy. It's just everything else takes a lot of energy. But just hanging out and just chatting, they have it so easy. I'm sure I'm missing something that's difficult, but just chatting streams. I mean, I start to get really annoyed at myself in just chatting, actually. I know, I start to, it just starts to, I talk too much. I mean, I talk a lot in the music streams, but I talk even more in the just chatting stream. And I do start to get annoyed at myself, but it's, I can sit in a chair, just lean back. It's so easy. And then y'all just keep giving me, it's just this back and forth. I don't have to, it's just effortless, Y'all keep giving new, interesting things to talk about. Y'all make interesting comments or questions. It's so fun. John says, I want to waste time for us in the day. Okay, let's do our thank yous. Our superstar mods. Cool Reason and Tubi. Thanks, Cool Reason and Tubi. How dogs to suggest keep grump. Oh, yeah, there's the grump. See, that's the thing. Remember I was saying that if I have a double floor in the van, that I have the main floor and then I have just sort of a 2 inches or so, and then the actual floor that I sleep and stand on, so I can put the grump right under there. We had a raid from Tony, and we had another one from Oh, I don't know why it's not showing up. But thanks to our other raider. Thanks to all the support tonight from Doug, from Muty, from Cool Reason, Staffy, and Mucho Mas. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks to Muty gifted a sub to Hero Papaya. Thank you. Mileage gifted a whole bunch of subs. Too many to name, but thank you, Mileage. Pi gifted a sub. Father 5, 37 months. Light Lord Steve, 28. Skybrook, 51. Pi, 22. Watch, 41. Hey, Praetorian. Yeah, we're just winding down. I'm back Thursday, Friday, Saturday next week. Oh, and if anyone hasn't seen it, I put a huge warning. I am moving the ETC Kit Radio, which has been happening on this channel 24/7. I am moving it to its own channel, ETC Kit Radio, and it will actually be 24/7. I think it was the right decision to have it on this channel to start, and I think it is no longer good that I have had it on here. I probably should have done this, 4, 5, 6 months ago, but I'm moving it. So meaning the only time this channel will be on is if I'm actually live. But yeah, we were getting something like, when I first had radio on, we were getting most of our new followers from radio. We're getting anywhere from, I don't know, it was like 30 to 60 followers a week from radio. But now we're getting generally less than one a day. So it's just, and the downsides are pretty enormous with that in mind, right? Because I think people get so many alerts, they probably ignore them when I'm actually live, and it's sort of, I think probably people come in and they watch radio and they get their fix, and then they don't need to watch the live stream, and the live stream is when we need people here more than anything. We don't need to have people during radio. But Tubi will be in radio. Doug says, will ETC Radio be streaming while you have your regular streams? Yes. It'll be 24/7. Yeah. And that should be fine. Jaws is made difficult to notice you really well. Exactly. Yeah, that's the big issue, I think, now. I mean, at the beginning, because we just, it was helping, because the only new people we were getting almost was from radio. But at this point, yeah. Thanks, Asdi. As he says, need a passenger to use the HOV lane. ETC Grump in the passenger seat. Well, there's also Tubi's in the passenger seat if anybody's in the passenger seat. But Grump could sit on Tubi's lap. So, can you imagine being on the highway and you drive by this car and you look in the passenger mirror and you see this blue robot with big bug eyes staring back at you, and next to it is this frowny face. Fulcrum Tales, you discovered because of radio. Yeah. Well, again, it was. I'm really glad you did, and that's why I'm going to keep doing it. It's just going to be on its own channel, ETC Kid Radio, and it will probably only have 1 or 2 viewers most of the time, and maybe 0 viewers, which eventually I might just have to decide it's not worth it at all. But at least until I go to the van, I'm going to keep it going. After I go to the van, I don't know. I'm certainly not going to be able to do it from the van. Thanks to all our lurkers and chatters. Let's do our shout out. These 19 names you see on screen, either named or current tour, named event. You named one of our songs, made a request on one of the songs. We featured Bodybuilder, To Be Stunned, Cool Reason, Dual, Father 5, Hero Papaya, Hug Queen LD, I'm Only Big Child, Jazzy, Mileage, Mind Over, Muty, Mucho Mas, Neighborhood Watch, Paul, Q Square, Staffy, The Bad Backs, The Third Doug Mention, Tony Pandora 1412, and Twice Vaccinated Mole. Oh yeah, Fulcrum, you're in Europe. The reason I have this fixed schedule is, from a strategic point of view, it makes the most sense. But hopefully, with the van thing, hopefully with YouTube, if things start getting better on Twitch again, especially if we ever get to the point where we can average 100 viewers, I would be way more open to doing a stream that's very EU friendly. On a Saturday or a Sunday, so that people who aren't in the EU could potentially watch as well. So it is still on the radar as something I'd like to do, but unfortunately, I tried it at one point. I tried doing early Saturday streams, and the viewership just wasn't there to be able to afford to keep doing it. Through our subcredits. Any last thoughts, questions? Before we Oh, and I haven't had music on this whole time. We could have had music. Whoops. Let's put on some now, just for the last couple minutes. Well, yeah, Falcrum. I would love to. I wish I could. It's just financially, I can't right now. But honestly, I think there's probably a higher percentage of Europeans who would be into what I do than Americans and Canadians. But so it would be, in the long run, I think it would work out well to have a European-friendly stream. So I do hope to be able to do that someday. And if we do the Saturday Sunday thing and I do an earlier stream and I do it outside, it'd be more of an event. There'd be more reason for Josh, are you looking at early afternoon streams? Prime time? Whoops. Yeah, that's the kind of, yeah. So the stream would start. Muty, are you still awake? Oh yeah, there's Muty. What time do I start for you? What time is it where you are? Is it around 11 or 12? Midnight. 12 a.m. So for me, it's officially at 6 o'clock the show starts, but I'm actually where I am, it's 4 o'clock. So if I were to start 4 hours earlier, that'd be around noon, yeah. Well, it would be noon. It wouldn't be around. It would be 4 hours before 4 p.m. is noon. So I would be able to do a 4-hour show year-round outside if I started at noon. But it might be pretty cold to do a show in February outside. I don't know. I mean, I'd be standing up and I could move around. I could move around a lot if I had wireless mics and stuff. I could go like 50 feet from the van. I'm just like, off in the distance, you see this dude, and with a strap-on keyboard. Doug, is this just after 12 now? Yeah, so it's oh man, I really gotta go to bed. Yeah, it starts for you at midnight, Fulcrum. Yeah. What have I done? I might not I might just go to bed. I might not do my post-show stuff, which means I won't do radio until tomorrow. no one's gonna watch it. Well, oh no, maybe Falcrum, you might, cause you're up. Well, I probably just need to go straight to bed, so I don't mess myself up any more than I have by this. Hopefully, see, I might give myself a migraine tomorrow from having stayed up. No, I never, almost never get them 2 days in a row, so it should be okay. Oh, Waxwayne. Waxwayne's got 2,000 viewers right now. That's awesome. Y'all got. I don't raid people unless they have roughly the same number of viewers. So I'm not gonna raid Waxwayne, but Waxwayne's a friend of the channel. He's awesome singer, amazing voice. Another person who you should all check out, who I'm not gonna raid because they have too many viewers, is Very Handsome Billy. Another group, and he's a friend of the channel. Another friend of the channel, CA in LA. They're doing well tonight too. And Grigori Peppo, he's an artist. Oh, he's playing Red Dead Redemption right now. He's got a lot of people watching too. That's awesome. But I like to raid people with similar viewership. Let's see. What's this? Loop and Groove. Oh, I've rated him before. Have I rated this guy? I will mute. I will have. Oops. I rated him too. See, I've done almost 1,000 shows. I've rated a lot of people. I rated out a lot of people. I can't remember. You know, the way I know I've rated someone usually is I see if I'm following them. If I'm following them, it means I've rated them, basically. Let's rate this person. I don't think I've rated them before. They're called Palette Box. Let's rate them. So I will literally, the stream's gonna end. I throw down a sheet on my carpet and my pillow, and then I have my weighted blanket, which is awesome. And I always fall asleep really fast. Oh, well, almost always. My problem is I wake up early. There's insomnia, and then there's sleep maintenance insomnia. That's what I sometimes have, sleep maintenance insomnia. Thanks so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. I think this is a good metaphor for what y'all are like for me. The fact that I started the stream with a migraine and it's gone. So thank you to all of you for hanging out with me as we push that migraine out of existence. So again, next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I hope to see y'all. I hope to see y'all for those. And thanks for indulging me on incessantly talking about the van. And that anyone who's seen the channel more than a few times knows that whatever I'm thinking about, I talk about it a lot. And I apologize in advance for the many more hours I will be talking about this. Hopefully I do interesting things in between that for y'all. Thanks. Oh, thanks who were missed. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's get that. Let's see, am I on the right screen? Paste our raid call. There it is. Okay, thanks. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a wonderful whatever comes next. Have a great rest of your weekend. You got one more day of the weekend. Make the most of it. Unless you don't work Monday through Friday or you don't work on Monday, then I don't know, whatever. But thanks again. Let's do this raid. I'll see y'all soon. Okay, let's do it. Okay, take care. See y'all.